Okay. It doesn't have a mix. It can't get them both, I guess. Welcome home. Look, this guy's
Hello.
already.
Oh, nice. Yeah, let's
Uh,
do some seizures. Seizures are good. Epileptic seizures.
Can you hear the music?
No, I can't. I just hear you. I think that
I can only talk.
the music.
Like ice. I could be vanilla. I could be chocolate. I could be everything you want.
What? Stop there.
I know. I need to.
Top of a mountain, raining down. I could be the sun.
I need to figure out why my audio does that. Where I either have it set to where you can hear me and you can't hear the music, or you can hear the music and you can't hear me. And it's giving me the options between my webcam mic and the monitor, and then the built-in analog stereo. The built-in analog stereo port I've never gotten to work. I think there's like a driver problem. And so I don't even have anything plugged into it at the moment because I don't even have a mic that plugs into it. Well, actually, this one does, but it doesn't work. So, sort of a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
I need to get a better setup.
I'll shoot you some links afterwards because I'm not really familiar with the solutions on Linux, but there's a few things that I've had to do on Mac to make music, so maybe they have something for Linux as well.
I should probably just go to Windows and I wouldn't have as much problems. Usually all the audio stuff works smoother in Windows. It's just that when you do like a 24-hour thing, Linux tends to not degrade, like memory leaks and like needing rebooting kind of thing. So how goes it?
It's good, man. I made it to a different restaurant, and the restaurant's usually like super busy, but it wasn't busy, so I got a good seat. And then I banged out a couple hours of C++, working on the smart contracts for CXC, and then I came home.
Cool. So you know what's sort of funny? It's like here we are having this EOSIO rebirth celebration, it says. And it's like I had videos of like Dan Larimer talking from like 4 years ago in 2018 when EOS like it was just getting launched. And it's so funny. Like I want to watch some of them with you to see what he says, because it's like it's just compared to now. Because part of the thing is I did want to do a retrospective, like take a stop for a second. Let's take a look back and look forward. Let's take just a breath. Like look where we are. Just whatever. And so what do we end up having? We have just like a very small sliver of people of this like-minded energy, and it's almost like I feel like I can't say that we're taking over EOSIO or anything like that, because it's nothing at all like that. But it's sort of like Bleef calls me, makes up this idea of having a celebration, and I'm just like so crazy, like, wow, let's do it. And I want to do it 24 hours, and just like it's a gimmick. But the reality is we had some great dialogue. Like I could cut up that video and, do a lot of even sound bites out of that stuff and just keep it going. You know what I'm saying? Like keep these ideas rolling and republish them, like not these 8-hour clips and stuff. So like my StreamYard account, I can't even get more than like an hour or 2-hour recording in my cloud account. Oh. Why are you muted? You're muted.
Oh, sorry. Does it let you download the files though?
Yeah. I could download them and like cut them up and re-upload them. But oh, look, he's here. What's up? What's going on? Hey, unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Hey, good job with the tag team there with the translation. That was fun, huh?
It could only put some time into it, not that much. So the very same reason why I'm getting late. How's the party going?
Cool. We had a great time. It wasn't like a lot of people, but it really was like a party. We really did have a good time.
It's the first time I jump into this StreamYard too.
Yeah, well, welcome. I got it going on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube all at the same time. You want to see?
That explains that would explain why I went to YouTube and there was no one in there.
Right. Well, you know what's weird? I keep getting signed out. Look, and I lost my authentication. Look what Google's doing to me. That's bizarre.
I actually went to YouTube earlier today, and there was no one there either. So stayed for a while, and it wasn't even you at the time, and you were playing a video in the background. So I just
Yeah, like I
figured
took a break. I think this one should not be pinned. Is this one?
No, and dog left. Dog, don't leave us. Come back.
I'm here. Well, there's 2 Dougs here, but
Yeah, like which one? I'm like, I was all like, "Whoa, dude, who are you talking to?" I'm like, "I'm still right here, dude. What are you?" Oh,
There are
that guy.
3.
Okay.
I see 2.
who are we talking to? Like the thing is covering your
Oscar.
name, so I don't know.
It's Oscar. Wait,
Yeah,
wait.
okay.
Activate my camera. Thing is that the line's not very good, but here.
Sorry.
There we go.
What? I lost all my authentication to. Oh, you know what? What am I doing? I'm in a private browser. How did I do that?
Yeah,
That
that's
was
why.
dumb.
These goddamn conspiracies.
No, I was just like, why am I having to log in everything again? I was like, I was just here a second ago.
Oh jeez.
No. I wanted to. It's good that I see the other dog. I don't know which one is the other dog, but Douglas.
I'm Doug too.
The other day, okay. The other day I was listening to this podcast, and they talked about this infinite sound. I don't remember the name of it right now, but it was like it's like a fractal sound that it sounds like it's all the way going up in for infinity, but it doesn't really go any higher. And I thought of it because of the music and everything. And I thought, oh, this is cool to share with Douglas because he's all into music and into fractals. So
Yeah,
this reminds me of it.
I just Googled and I see like shepherd tones. Is that what it is?
That's it. That's the name.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. It made me think of like a crescendo. It's like a sound thing. It doesn't go up infinitely. but-
Everyone, today I'm going to be showing you how.
Oops. Yeah,
Oh, that's it. His channel is good. The channel of that guy.
the Action Lab.
So, what's up, Oscar? What you been up to today? How's your day going?
Crazy. Students are draining energy all the time, but it's good. At least today, I felt like it was a very good day because the class went along, and this was a new section too. I hadn't met this group, and they were pretty nice. I think we're gonna get along. It was always great because it's not the same feeling every time. I don't know if you guys had the opportunity to be teaching. But sometimes you get very well with some groups, and with some others you don't feel the same energy. I've never really had the experience of not getting along with a group, but some groups are just harder to get by. The one today was not like that. It was not the case. They were pretty nice, and I liked it.
What do you teach?
I'm an English teacher.
Oh, okay. Nice.
So, Patrick came by, Samara came by, my friend Eric. Eric and Doug had a great talk. I'm really glad you guys got to meet and chat. That was cool.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Yeah, that was really cool, honestly, because I've been wanting you guys to talk for the longest time. So you know what's funny, Doug? This is a funny thing. It's like this. I went to all this effort to run this thing, and who actually came, who participated, who enjoyed it, and who benefited from it? There's people who showed up. It's the same deal. It's sort of like, I feel like I benefited from this tremendously. You know what I'm saying? It's just the dialogue that we had in the conversation. Even though there's not a lot of people or hardly anyone came, it's more the quality of the interaction. Just doing something different, you know? Having fun with it.
The other thing is like this idea about like scaling too big can kill your app, you know, and like because I've always done a lot of stuff that I put a lot of effort into and get, you know, very little people show up or very little people, I guess, respond. So I guess I've kind of like developed a thick skin for that. But now, like especially with CXC, like I've realized like, you know, slow and steady wins the race, you know, so
Right.
if you don't have this small group to start out and figure out how things work, then if a bunch of people showed up, it'd just be, like a madhouse. And we have had that at some Fractally after parties, and it just was not fun. Like,
oh man, it's honestly, this whole experience to me is so entertaining. It's honestly comical. Yeah, there's aspects of it that are quite comical, but it's serious too. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's like it's just sort of like an intense sliver of life. Like the technology is extreme, the people are extreme. It's like the aspirations and the conversations and the childishness and the the kinds of, I don't know, like there's some aspects to where I feel like we're super brilliant, like this ecosystem of super brilliant people. But I look at the Telegram group chatter, and then I think back to, we were looking at this post. Did you see this? Do you know about Glue Dog and my history with Glue Dog?
I don't know who Glue Dog is or anything. No.
Oh god, you don't even know about this? Oh my
Blue
god.
Dog is Blue Dog. It's quite a character.
So basically, Glue Dog, when I first got into the EOS ecosystem, accuses me of being an AI bot, and like wants to ban me from the groups and wants to put me on a 24-hour timeout and have a vote. And because of this, he pisses me off. So I started acting like one. And so I'm now like terrorizing the whole ecosystem, because I'm just like, dude, he's like cussing at people and telling them to shut up and stuff. And he's like an admin. Now, look, I just found this a week ago because I was Googling my own name, Witzwalker Wu. Look at this. It's a fucking Russian website of Telegram. And it's got this dialogue asking, oh, look, you can't even open it now. It's down. But basically, it's all like
war.
It's all like,
I don't even know how you spell that.
Wow, that is sort of weird. Oh, here it goes. There you go. Slow as.
Check
They're
out my
DDoSing it.
My friend, maybe.
That looks amazing.
Admin, can you unban Witzwalker Wu? He is a constructive guy that's safe to have been banned by Glue Dog. Look at this. Stop spamming me, you nincompoops. He's one of the like admins of the groups, and he like bans people and cusses at them and stuff all the time. And they never punish him for it, right? And they get arguments over it too. Or just the admin anything. Apparently he's a Romanian hacker. My OG EOS plebs guy says he's a scammer. He runs Billionaire Token, and no one knows who he really is, and he's a Genesis account holder.
Yeah, he's been around for ages. He's an OG too. And he attempted to launch a token at some point called Glue Dogs or something like that. It was the token that he was going to launch, but people got into it was a Glue Dog era. There was a bunch of people just using the same profile picture and putting the Glue Dog in on them, so you couldn't know who that was. There was just no one to tell. And right now he's just in there. I think he has too much power.
Yeah, no, he does. But I just thought it was funny. Look at this. Douglas is the next version.
Even when he behaves like that, it's funny just to see him around, because as much as he questions, I told you this yesterday, I believe, that sometimes we need someone to question things, because it's not like everything is pretty and the sky is made of candy and stuff like that. No, we need people questioning things, and this is something that Douglas has done before too. So I think we agree on that. What I don't believe is in negativity, and there is a thin line between questioning and being negative. But as long as people don't get too much into it, I don't really care.
Well,
look at this one.
If you're like subtly waiting for me to defend my behavior, I will not. But I will say
not completely. Actually, I like the fact that you.
No, it's important, and I should be taking this opportunity because there's a lot of leading questions that I ignore. The one thing about me is I have a lot of like cycles. I've been diagnosed with like all kinds of psychiatric disorders, but I don't like believe that. I don't believe those things. But what I do have that I do believe in is I have a diagnosis for a skin and hair condition It mostly affects under my scalp, although I've got medicine and I've got that under control. And now it's in my ears. So I get like recurring ear infections that if I don't put vinegar in my ear like every single day, just kind of drive me like super crazy. And I don't want to defend my behavior, but like that's a big part of it. Is sometimes I just literally I'm just in like a super pissed off mood, and I haven't learned to, I guess, fully control that yet. So sometimes I just like I go off, and the other thing about it is like when I'm in this mood, I also sort of lose reality a little bit. Like I have I'm like confused. Like for example, this past time when I had an ear infection, I thought that one of my friends was trying to steal from me, but it was like not true at all. Like it was just like in my head. So when you do see me go on rants, which I'm hopefully don't do again, but every time I say I'm not going to do it, I still do it. Just understand that like I'm not sane in these moments, and like I really
you could just be lacking some vinegar.
to make it better. Vinegar helps a lot. I pour vinegar directly into my ear. I just did it when I got home. And it's like the I can feel the effects within 20 minutes, like starting to go back into, I guess.
I didn't know this helped the ear infections.
Oh yeah.
I'm learning something today. I'm learning stuff today. No, I don't think you need to justify any of your behavior. I have really been a witness of you going crazy for that matter. Just in you questioning stuff like Dan, what are you doing? Last time I wasn't in a room with Dan,
and that's not cool. You know, I have viciously attacked Dan Larimer. I will say that.
No,
And
I mean, last time I was in a room with Dan, and he said, "Well, my contribution is the biggest because I am paying the people." And at some point, I was like, "Yeah, but you're paying others to do the contributions, so they're not really your contributions." So I don't know, man. This is confusing. But I mean, I didn't say anything. But still, I was like, "All right, yeah, I guess I can't pay anyone to do anything." So yeah, go ahead.
I definitely think like attacking a system is fine, but I have also personally attacked Dan Larimer, and I apologize for that to him personally, as well as like it's just not cool. Like it's not cool to attack people personally, like and say that they have these personality traits that are related to the work. Like it's completely unnecessary, and it just comes from this sort of energy I have yet to control. But that being said, like I do have specific critiques, and also I'm not the most educated person on them. And I acknowledge that. Like I talk about the power up model all the time and how I think it could be changed with these small tweaks. Like I've looked at the code and sort of figured out what I think could be the change, but that doesn't mean like I necessarily, that doesn't mean that I'm right, even if I have like a critique. So yeah, like I don't want to go on this forever, but like I do have very specific critiques and suggestions that I do want to continue to keep sharing. But what I don't want to do is I don't want to be mean, and I have been in the past, and I am going to do my best. I am doing my best to be nice. Dr. Wu.
Hey, you know what's interesting? I'm following this conversation, and I have remember the after party, the Fractally 8 thing. You know what the interesting dynamic is what? People get upset when they're not heard. People, when they try to express and communicate information to the other, if it isn't honored, received, or respected, that can be upsetting to people. That's the basic bottom line is what's going on. This is a basic gist of your concern. So what I was going to say, Douglas, is it wasn't so much your vitriolic sort of burningness that you were coming out with, but it was that it was persistent and consistent. We sort of already knew, like I was like, why beat a dead horse is my opinion. But you were like, you're just consistently bringing it up, which I respect and value. Because I think it's important that you're trying to point towards true north, and you're going, true north is over there. Guys, you're trying to help us steer the ship. to your best of your ability. And when you can't issue that feedback, you can regress to a lower primal energy to try to manipulate or force it or whatever. But I at the same time see you recognize and become aware of that later, which is so honorable because you're so quick to just turn around and go, this is what's going on. I apologize about this. So what I like about you is that you're balancing yourself. You get what I'm saying?
I'm trying to always center, it's like meditation is just going back to center. And whenever I take an action, and it makes me feel bad afterwards, it tells me that like I'm not in my center,
Right. And here's the real important thing is you can't balance yourself without the other. We can't balance ourselves with the same energy. When EOS is out of balance, when I'm out of balance, when anything is out of balance, the same energy doesn't help it. So if you have a situation where there's real living things in an environment that you're in, and you have this sort of internal conflict where you're like, I'm out of balance, I got to do something about this, get in balance. To imagine yourself just to like straighten your head out without like talking to me and Oscar and saying, I realize this and admitting it, that is a much necessary part of the aspect that's missing from Fractally, in my opinion, the human aspect. We don't have a time or a way to have that kind of exchange because we're forced into this kind of structure. So what I'm trying to do here is create a safe environment where there isn't really any expectations, because in that Fractally after party, there were expectations for sure. And what was trying to be started off by Shacruz as a fun, entertaining thing sort of became degraded into, eventually at the end of it, two men that spoke mostly at the same time. And we're not communicating really because no one could hear each other. And the second one would go for any air, the other would be talking. And so it was sort of funny to me because I'm thinking to myself, like, I'm watching this and I'm just observing it and I'm not trying to control the outcome of it. I'm just at some point, Dan Singjoy is like, I'm going to stop recording. And then he's all like, okay, I'm out of here. I'm giving like Nuno the controls. And it was sort of this kind of thing to where Dan never really interceded because there was a sort of kind of processing that was going on that sort of needed to happen. You know what I'm saying? And it took a long time. And I sat there for like 6 hours after the real session ended to the very bitter end because I am that curious about human nature and what's going on and how these things play out. And there's just the process, and like mediator, whatever. And I was thinking to myself, Douglas, I was like, I'm going to build an AI program that can deconstruct the language and it could have like a timer. How much of the time was two people speak at the same time? And then when one person spoke, how did that occur? And like, how long do they speak for? And how many times do they repeat the same claims? You know what I'm saying? Because it was like, I heard people like all this time talking and still they have to say the same things. Or like 15 minutes later, they go back to it. And so it was just sort of an interesting thing because, here I am talking about it live. My thing says 0. Somebody could actually, maybe the counter's wrong. But I feel as though so much of our lives we spend trying to hide from the others to dress ourselves up outwardly, but we don't deal with what's inside. And so it's like now I'm saying it's like, no, it's what's inside that matters. It's the outside is illusory, but really what it comes down to is the inside. That's the way I'm looking at it. It's undiscoverable, the hidden, the where's the potential that's dormant, that's latent, that needs to be brought out. Or what are the roadblocks we're going to encounter with, collaborating together and these, people trying to, all these visionaries, all with their own kind of agendas or ideas or whatever, it's a fascinating thing. And it's so small,
But, it's like so high energy people, people who are really dedicated and people showing up every week, that shows passion just for being there. And, one thing that I brought up previously is the guilt, shame, and regret that I believe the society is putting within us. And
I totally agree with you on that. I agree with you, by the way.
And like, this is a perfect example because you're talking about like, I used to be super like nervous on live streams, like everything that you're talking about, worried about what people thought. Like I would be afraid to smoke a cigarette because I usually don't smoke cigarettes like at all, like maybe once a week. when I'm with my girlfriend. But now, like, I'm on a break with my girlfriend, and cigarettes are really helping me with my work because I don't smoke weed. I smoke cigarettes until like 9 p.m. and then I get all the work done. So it's like I think that this is a healing aspect, like having these lives and having even fractally is healing people's communication and
Yeah.
and because everybody's so cool, it's like you can be yourself um and not be afraid, because you'll also see like Shacruz, shout out Shacruz for being a real G, and just not
I
giving
love Trick Cruise.
an
I
F
love him, man.
what he's doing. Like, I seriously respected that. That I respected all of his communications, but like, to me, like how he presented that, I think that that's something admirable. That level of honesty, without, I guess, fear of repercussions within your social group. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I agree. What are you thinking, Oscar?
No, I mean, I agree too, but we get a knowledge effect that sometimes we get people in the group that are going to be poking the wound, So, for example, today, Sebastian, I think he doesn't mean any harm. Of course, he's a good actor in the community too. But in his case, he was asked directly, "Is fractally building on EOS?" And I think the straight answer for that is no. But also, that no doesn't necessarily mean something bad, something negative, and it's difficult to sometimes give people this feeling that this is going in the right direction. And I like it because I was going through a hard time not too long ago too, and I kind of found myself in a moment in my life in which I was like, I'm lost for a purpose. And for a very short time, I have to admit, too, it wasn't a long time, but I wasn't feeling well into, right, what am I doing, or what am I gonna do? And then the Israel Translation Foundation came along, and fractally, and I liked it. I liked hanging out with you guys, with each and every one of you, and meeting new people, and contributing for something bigger, for something that is actually gonna help a lot of it. So
Right.
I also found that sweet spot, a place in which I could get relieved, and have at least some time and feel productive again, and feel in the right place. So I get what Dallas is saying. It helps also personally from my subjective point of view.
Yeah,
Of course, that has nothing to do with tech and everything. And there are things we gotta learn how to cope with.
And do you guys want to raid at Twitter Spaces with me? I wonder if we can do it through the stream. Is there a way that can be done?
But the thing
You can only talk through the app, huh?
you can't send messages in Twitter Spaces, and you can only speak if you're accepted as a speaker.
Well, no, but
Yeah.
what I'm saying is, listen, I've been going to this Web3 group. Like, I've been in it talking like at least half the days of the week than last. I've been making new friends, and there's some really cool energy and people and ideas going around. And so whenever I come in there, I always like to say hi and just like, I told them I was doing a live stream too. It was sort of funny because one of the times I was in there, they thought I was a shill or something. I'm like, you're worried about me being a shill. I'm more worried that I'm being shilled. Like I'm like with this whole thing with everything. I'm just like, what's going on? Because I was really wondering when I first got into the ecosystem. I was like, I know what's going on. The ENF is like the new block one. It's going to be like a rug pull all over. Like we're going to get all this momentum and energy, and then they're going to like funnel the money away or something.
I don't think so at all.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
Very
It's normal. I told you, we gotta be pathetic with people because it's normal that they have this post-traumatic syndrome. So
Right.
they're gonna be like that. They're like, wait, 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 this is not good. They're gonna be, thinking about the worst. So I believe that it's normal because they have this trauma from past situations. And it's we need to have patience. We need to be patient and uh, grab people by the hand and explain them things sometimes.
Yeah. Not to like completely jump topic, but how do you guys feel about like I hammered Dan about like, are you going to do an airdrop to EOS holders or to Pomelo contributors or something with this new chain? I would like to see EOS honored. I would like to see EOS people like us who are contributing, who have Pomelo projects, I've given like $100, more than $100 to Pomelo projects. Like, I think that Dan should honor all of us in EOS and all of us that sort of showed up at Fractally thinking that we were doing something EOS related. And then, it took like me really hammering about the token standard or maybe something else to actually get them to say like, hey, we're not building on EOS. That's why the token standard isn't compatible. So I want to hear your thoughts about like, an airdrop for EOS if you guys have ideas. And if we can somehow like mob and try to get some airdrop.
Well, why? What's your interest in doing that?
What's
At
my
some
interest?
point, I was saying, I'm sorry to interrupt you, kids. At this point in the conversation in the groups, and the weekend, whichever we played, because then started, saying that no, we're not building on it, and I kind of felt bad at the game because I felt like I also helped to start the fire because he was talking on the Fractally group, and then I asked, all right, but what if you don't get funded? So what are you still gonna leave me? And then he wasn't really answering the question. He was like avoiding giving a straight answer until he did, and it was he said, we're not gonna build. We're gonna launch a new chain, and he shared an article. And I'm like, so this means the on the chain home. And yeah, I've for a very short time I also felt disappointed because we believe we're building on EOS, and there are a lot of things that still say Fractally on EOS, like the ones from Patrick. Patrick is sharing
Okay.
where he's
I can't
Fractally on
stand
EOS,
this.
and mine, they're not on EOS anymore. So
I can't
yeah,
stand this.
we
I gotta
believe
play this
you.
video. Well, I'm gonna even if we just I gotta hear what you guys think about. It's just interesting because right now we're celebrating the 4-year anniversary. Right, that was June 1st of 2018 when EOS 1.0 Dawn was officially released. Right, and so I came back here and was listening to. I was just checking out Michael's because everyone says he's a real knowledgeable guy with block production and nodes, like he's the man. And so I just hit play all at one point. Now listen to this. Okay, this is look at the time. Let me get the audio working here. Make sure the audio works first because I'm gonna have to shut my mic off to get this to work. I think.
I'll give you a thumbs up if it's working.
I tried to change BitShares to add the limited. Until now, there's no blockchain platform that is actually capable of delivering the required performance, and we're trying to change that with EOSIO.
I'm confused.
Use case. Steam proved another use case, and both of those use cases could benefit from the addition of customizability, programmability, and that's why I'm creating EOS. I started looking to question everything in my life to find the truth in everything. And that started me down the rabbit hole of free markets and Austrian economics and Ron Paul and all that. I realized through that journey that I wanted to create systems that would actually give us freedom, that would be entirely nonviolent. So I've made it my mission in life to find free market solutions for securing life, liberty, and property. And one of the very first things that you need to do if you want to secure your life, liberty, and property is we need to have a money that's not controlled by the people who can print it and debase it and use it to enslave us. So I started trying to find alternatives to gold and silver because they were just not very easy to transport. And that's when I discovered Bitcoin way back in 2009, when it's possible to mine entire blocks on an average PC. So I've been in the space for a really long time. In 2013, shortly after Mt. Gox had their US bank accounts seized by the US government, I realized that all the exchanges were a vulnerability in the crypto space, and that there was a very real possibility that the governments could shut down the exchanges, and then that cuts off the flow of money in and out of cryptocurrency. So that's why I set out to create BitShares, a decentralized exchange with the primary feature being pegged assets that could be track the value of gold, silver, dollars, yen, and then it can be used to trade against the cryptocurrency. So those who need price stability would have it. In the process of building a decentralized exchange, I realized blockchain technology just wasn't up to the task. Bitcoin 10-minute blocks is way too long for trades. The potential for blockchain reorganizations, the usability around account names and permissions, even the fee structure and performance. So all those things had to be addressed. So over the course of 2 years, 2013, 14, and I guess 15, I created and launched BitShares 1 and BitShares 2. And BitShares was the first blockchain to achieve tens of thousands of transactions per second on a live blockchain, just nodes distributed around the world. So what I've been doing for the past several years is really pushing the envelope of performance toward real world use cases. BitShares is also one of the first blockchains to have named accounts and built-in governance for self-funding of new proposals funded by the blockchain. People are actually directly hired by the blockchain to do work. And that allows us to repurpose all the money that's been wasted on mining and toward actually doing work that then adds value back to the. But BitShares still had the trouble of mass adoption. Most people, it's really hard sell to convince them to take their money and put it on this risky blockchain platform. It still suffered from the problem of transaction fees. You have a decentralized exchange that charges you every time you create or cancel an order, even if it's not filled. And that was a roadblock to adoption. So after I was working on BitShares for a while, we started to run out of money to fund development, and we were in the blockchain recession. So I had to come up with a plan to onboard users to get viral marketing and discovery. And that's when I came up with the idea of a social media platform on a blockchain, a platform that would reward users for producing content, and then the content would drive organic search results to Google. At onboard users wouldn't have to put any money into the system. It was the first blockchain that realized that you can contribute work and labor in addition to money. They're all forms of capital that add value to the underlying token. So Steam was an exercise in massively decentralized budget allocation. We wanted the ability to have the masses allocate the block rewards, the billions of dollars that currently go to Bitcoin and Ethereum miners, to allocate those among content producers and in a very decentralized way. We wanted thousands and thousands of people every single day to get rewards. And that meant decentralizing the budgeting, because under BitShares, all worker proposals had to be voted on and get everyone to agree on. And it was a process that was very difficult, very political. and people just couldn't process that. So we had to move the decision-making authority down to a much lower level so that individuals with an upvote can allocate some of the public money. And so that's been very successful. Steam has become, I believe, one of the top 2,000 websites globally in less than a year. And it's helped people all around the world get into blockchain. And it's actually taught me a lot about blockchain architecture. So after building Steam and BitShares, one of the things I realized, they have a lot of things in common, and a lot of other applications could benefit from having the same account systems, account recovery, and certainly the performance that we've seen with these two blockchains. Steam and BitShares are both industry leading performance. They've got by transaction volume more than 50% market share in the cryptocurrency space. So they're the heavyweights in actual blockchain usage. With respect to Steam, we had to make it so that every transaction was free because people don't want to pay to upvote. They don't want to pay to post or comment. So that was the other major innovation with Steam. The community of people out there likes things the way they are. So just like Bitcoin forked into Bitcoin Cash and Ethereum into Ethereum Classic, if you want to do major changes or architecture changes to the rules, like Steam took some risks with massive budgeting and inflation, that the BitShares community was based on deflationary model and didn't like it the few times. I tried to change BitShares to add the limited inflation to fund ongoing development. So there's this, once you have a community and critical mass, these things have a life of their own. People have an interest in the way things are, and there's a resistance to change. So the time to move on to a new blockchain is when you've learned enough that you can't move the community along with you. And people want the things to work the way they are. And so you create something new and you allow a new community to form, and then the market will reach consensus. And anyone who wants to can sell the old token and buy the new token, and it balances out and everyone gets what they want. So that's the free market at work in resolving the super high level consensus over very difficult questions, because it's speculative. Who knows if the new ideas are better than the old? Most people aren't living and breathing blockchain 24/7, haven't experienced it from the developer side as well as from the user side. So it's a learning experience, and sometimes you have to pull the Steve Jobs and eliminate the floppy drive and the serial ports and the CD drives, right? Sometimes you have to do that, and a lot of people don't want to let go of the old legacy stuff.
Some people don't want to let go of the old legacy stuff.
Yeah, this is a really good video to bring up, and I'm glad you do. I'm glad you did. I don't want to jump into critique. I think I'm going to jump into like what I think is really good. I think it's great that he's sort of like evolving these things, like with named accounts, with the free model. I guess my biggest critique of EOS recently has been that it's no longer free. I'm not going to beat that horse anymore, but I feel like all the things that he's saying aren't really related to how can I benefit the market, or how can I, how can I honor these shareholders and things like that. So like the point about the airdrop is like, it's just a basic mechanism to increase market cap on both sides of the equation. And like the fact that he's not even open to that just shows like he's not thinking about that. You know, he's not taking a holistic view of saying like who is where and how can we best serve. He's building upon these ideas which he's built, which is great. Like we love it, but I guess like the problem becomes when you say you're building something open source and public and accepting contributions on it, and then you're not, you know. That's my big problem. But like it is super inspiring to see the journey and to see where everything has gone and where it's going. And I pray that on this chain that he does take a holistic view, that he does listen to me for once, or like reply to any of my messages, you know. Like I hope he does, because like you can't expect one man to understand everything, or, you know, especially when it delves into multiple different fronts. And like the thing about the airdrop, which I think is really important, is just like it's like, maybe I'm wrong, maybe my understanding is off, but like it just seems like the most obvious thing to do to benefit not only the people on the old chain, but your chain. Like, it's free advertising and it costs very little. He doesn't talk about foundations. He doesn't talk about setting up foundations to, you know, so you don't have to have inflation. It's just like these very core fundamental things, which you can see in other blockchains, which you can see in other communities.
You know, I want to hear what Oscar has to say. I'm curious.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Because he's been around for a while.
Hear me? Am I muted?
No,
we hear you.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I think very, very, very similar, because I know that the chain would benefit from you know, not bringing all this baggage from his other chain that left people unhappy. So if you try to honor them in some way, let's say an airdrop or air grab or whatever you want to call it, or wherever you want to do it, I don't really. I'll leave the technical for the ones that are technical, right? But I agree with it. If you honor the
do you lose him?
Cut out.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Oscar.
You can hear me? How about now?
Now you're back. You're back. Okay.
All right. Yeah, was saying that if you honored those that were by your side, that supported you, and you know, that believed in your vision, because he has a vision, and you can see it from this video and the videos he's made before, and his slogan, it's become a slogan at this point. That he says that to ensure liberty, freedom, and private property. I don't know it by heart, right? But there was a vision a lot of people believed in, and if you could honor those that were with you and supported you in that vision, you would do so much better, and everyone will benefit from it. So I don't see why you wouldn't pay attention to this. What I don't want to believe is that, all right, because human, okay, just like you and me, just like everyone else. And I would understand if tomorrow he says, and pay attention to this. I would understand. It doesn't mean I would justify it. I understand if tomorrow he says, no, I'm not doing that because I'm healthy. Okay, so I'm not happy with the way you guys have treated me this far. So maybe I'm not doing it just because I don't want to. I would understand that, because I believe that he has feelings. Now, I will not justify it. It would make things clear to me. And I wouldn't necessarily agree with it. Of course, I wouldn't. But I would say, all right, the guy is just doing this out of his human side, but not saying anything, and not saying, all right, I'm not doing this because of this. It's also a killer. And I felt so loud.
You're cutting out a lot, Oscar.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Maybe make it. The silence is a killer. I felt like it's been too loud lately. It's like it doesn't sometimes it just doesn't answer things, and he doesn't give reason why he does think he does, and it's confusing. That part is confusing.
Yeah, like I was thinking about the vision aspect, and one of my biggest, I guess, I don't even want to say critiques, but my suggestions for both Eden and Fractally is to have a well laid out vision that's not a whole paper, And I think that one thing that Dan could improve is how well his emotional intelligence, as far as how he's perceived but more about like how his ideas are communicated, because I've noticed this sort of feeling that, or this idea he's literally expressed that like. He says you have to be here in the meetings to get this information, and he sort of expects everybody to come to his door to sort of to help out. But that's not how the world works. You do need these hands, these spoon-fed things, which can bring real change. So I would like to hear more of his vision in a condensed format. Not that I feel like he hasn't, I guess, tried, but specifically in the context of the documents of Eden, the bylaws, which is the platform I'm running under in this new election, is like, let's make some bylaws that say more than increase the value of EOS. And with Fractally as well, like give us something that we can share. Give us something that we can share that's a paragraph, that's 2 paragraphs, that I can explain Fractally to somebody without telling them, read this 50-page paper or whatever, which isn't going to happen.
No, I totally get you. It's like marketing materials, Not like
it's physics.
Yeah,
it's physics. It's the amount of energy input required to receive the output of the information that can benefit you, and the information that can change your probability of your future actions enough to bring you in to possibly be a community member in this system. So and the thing is, like, Dan doesn't have to do that. Dan doesn't have to be this person. What he needs to do is accept help. Because like I've been screaming my head off like for weeks. Like now I'm chilled out, but like I wanted to help so bad. Like at a certain point, like for 1 or 2 weeks, I was doing more work for Fractally than I was doing for CXC. Maybe that's an exaggeration, but I was doing more of some types of work, like video stuff. And like I just felt like I never ever although I did feel like I was heard, I didn't feel like I ever had this possibility to change the system, which I really wanted to. And it's like, if he doesn't want to change the system in the hardware sense, like I understand, I'm a system designer too. I design my own fractal curation system too. I understand like having somebody else to come in and say, you're doing it wrong. If he were to come to my system and say, you're doing it wrong, I probably wouldn't be very receptive as well. But the point of it is like, you have to accept help, especially when you're asking people for help. And I feel like at Fractally, like Dan just shows up every week and says everything's going fine, but I don't feel like that. And most people I talk to, like a lot of people are rosy about it, but they still have things that they would like to see better. So like, it's just, I don't know. That's my vent. Thank you for listening.
You know what I'm sort of curious about is shifting gears here a little, looking towards the future.
Hey, check out that guy.
Right? I'm trying to find your Meta Eden. I'm trying to earn my EOS here, man.
It's actually not on my GitHub. It should be under the EOS community repo.
Okay, because I was just there. Oh, okay. It was I was just there. Because I saw this. Look what I wrote. Where is it? Is it down here? No, it's not this one. Oh, yeah. I was down here. I am looking for EOS tokens around these parts. I work for EOS. But is this it? Yeah, this year? Is this it? What is going on?
No. Oh, yeah, that's it. That's it. That link.
Oh, yeah. See? That's how I got the 2. Is that how I got? What is this? I got Yeah, I got an EOS. I got 2 EOS from this, right?
I accidentally sent you 2 because like the transaction wasn't going through, and like I forgot whether or not I sent it.
I got paid double because of an EOS glitch. Even my smart contract coding buddy had an EOS glitch.
You're smarter than the smart contracts. No, it's actually the power up model, which is why I rage about it all the time, is a big part of it, because I do not use EOS anymore because of the power up model. Like I used to be on EOS all the time, like every day doing transactions, gambling on Everpedia and all types of stuff. And I don't use EOS at all anymore.
Hey, listen.
At all.
I just want to let you know, this was the second most rewarding thing for me to do in terms of things I've done to earn EOS, because I spent 2 months in Discord hammering and engaging in Discord, and Tippett would give me tips. I see like 2 EOS, 2 blah 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 blah, or 1 EOS, blah, blah, blah. And I kept thinking I'm getting a whole EOS or getting 2, but no, we're splitting it all. So what ends up happening is like months go by, and I'm like, how do I even get to my EOS? Where is it? So I learned how to withdraw it into my account. And then I realized I don't even have 3 EOS. I thought, oh, if I have 3 EOS, I can join Eden. Like, and then what ends up happening is I get scammed, and I'm bummed because I have no EOS now over this Uniswap scam. And they're telling me, oh, you're lucky you didn't get your keys changed on you, and use the rose. I'm like, there's no secrets. How are you supposed to know? And I was all like, being an IT guy from like the malware from the Web 2 world, I'm like, can't we just do this or do that? And there's nothing we can do. You just have to have vigilance and education. And I'm like, well, who's providing that education? I'm like, I spent like the last 4 months trying to self-educate, and no one's providing me any education, And so what ends up happening is some time goes by, and I go to check my account again. I got 8 EOS. And I'm like, how did I get 8 EOS? That's like almost 4 times as much as I had. And I'm like, what did I do? And I don't even know what I did. And so I go to my Blocks.io and I look at I find the 6 EOS, and I realize, oh yeah, I almost won the quiz for the blue papers, Doug. I almost won it. I didn't even study for it. I just showed up. And I'm all about like the speed reaction guesses, because that quiz is all about timing. And so if you get it right, like I'm going to get good points. And like I'm just guessing a lot of the time, right? And I ended up almost winning it. Like I could have got second easily, but I did pretty good, and so I was real happy about that. And then I couldn't figure out for the longest time, where did these other 2 EOS come from? Because I'm like, I know the quiz, but I'm trying to think, what was the other thing I did that could have paid me an EOS? I couldn't figure it out, and then you told me, and I was like, I didn't realize. I mean, is that normal that you incentivize a repo, or is that like a normal thing that happens, or do you have
so that was my first Eden pitch. Like I said before on this long stream, I'm all about data structuring. Like I am sexually attracted.
I love it too. Yeah, data. I love it.
And so like that was my first Eden platform that I ran on back when I were convinced we were about projects. Is that like
when you were mistakenly convinced
to give suggestions, and that wasn't there. So I opened up this. It didn't get used. Other than you, there was like one person who submitted I guess a seed. Somebody did submit a seed, but it was not like good. It wasn't actionable. It was more of a complaint. So I wasn't able to submit it. So I'm glad it's getting some airplay, because it's actually like fully functional, and it should be relatively good. Like it should work. It's not the best or anything, but it is something. And if you want to,
I was mystified.
There are like we still have money to give you. Like
no, because I was all like, listen, think about this, Douglas. All this time I spent months on Discord, just haggling around in these chat rooms, just commenting. It could be anything, right? What value am I really doing to build? It's like these Telegram groups. What values is creating? So I've been on GitHub tracking repositories and repos and studying them, following them, getting all these notifications, trying to see if I can understand it. And most of it's like way over my head, right? So I finally find a repo that I can read. Like I go to Douglas Butner's repos. It like makes sense to me. And not only does it make sense to me, he's like got all this spiritual shit, and he's got this purple blux or whatever, and the solar thing. And I'm like, I get it, but I don't get it. Like, I want to learn more, but I'm intrigued. And so,
check out my fresh. Go back to my GitHub. Check out my fresh repo. This is the latest, like, super cool thing that I've done that nobody cares about.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is, it's like, if I had known, because I want to learn more about coding, and I knew I didn't know how to pull a request a file or whatever. And so I just didn't even Google it. And I saw it. I was like, I'm going to figure this out. I can figure it doesn't involve coding. This is just like text. It's like documentation or something. Like, I'm going to figure out how to do this. And I wasn't even sure what I did, if I did it right. But then when I got paid and I did it, I was so happy. I was like jazzed. But then the other day I was trying to do a pull request, do that same thing again. I couldn't do it. I was like, but to be incentivized for that was awesome. To actually get paid for that. I was like, man, in the 5 minutes or less it took me, I got paid the equivalent amount of EOS as in 2 or 3 months of Discord.
Yeah, fuck with me, you're gonna get paid. That's the real shit.
Yeah, I was like, okay. So what am I doing?
So, we do have 18 more EOS. I got a 10 EOS prize, and I matched it with 10 of my own EOS. So
I'm looking for that 10 EOS, man. I'm like, where's this EOS?
It's just in my account. But
I'm like, I want to jump through a hoop. Where's the hoop? I'm like, I can't find the hoop. I'm like, hoop, where are you? I smell it.
Me.
So I have to talk to. There's something I can click on to read about, or how do I get to this?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. I'm getting
excited. Because you were saying there's some, like, if I make a proposal on some sort of project or something, and so I'm figuring there must be a repo that's advertising this thing, like, right?
So go to seedtemplate.md. It's the last file on the list.
Oh, that's where it is.
And this is like an example, and the idea is you copy and paste this into a new markdown document in the correct folder, or if there's not a folder, you can put it in the main directory for either Eden Fractally or EOS, and then you just share your idea, and you have to get past me. And I
got you.
Speak very clearly about what my requirements are, and the big thing is that it's actionable, and that you have you need to have something that says you did it, or like there has to be some deliverable attached to it. But yeah, the biggest thing is these like actionable steps, because like, I don't know, I guess
you're
like one of
my people just to learn something is all you're doing. Is
sure.
That what you're doing?
No, not at all. I'm trying to actually source community ideas that can improve these systems and present them in a way that can help future systems.
Wait, what are the seeds posted in the repo? This is the seed template.
Yeah, they'll just be in the folders if you go back to the main repo.
Yeah, I saw that.
If you want the example, you can go to the Fractally repo and then see the meeting proposal one I did.
So this is this all yours? Is this your repo?
That's Eden. Okay, you're in Eden. It's hosted on the Meta Eden account, and they made me an admin or a contributor or something. But I do not own the EOS account. No.
Oh yeah, that's right. Duh.
Shout out Todd. Todd allowed me to be there. So he
all right. So let me look at what's already going on in here. Increasing membership. So what is that? I mean, what does this mean? There's nothing in here.
There's nothing there. The keep file is just something for GitHub to keep it. If you want to see one, click Meta Eden again. You're in Eden right now. You got to go back up 1 to 3 so you can get to Fractally, because you're in Eden. Now go to Fractally. There you go. And then go to meetings or proposal primitives.md. Okay, so yeah, there's meeting primitive, proposal primitive. Okay, yeah, that one I'm not finished, I think. Or else just that got messed up. But yeah, if you go to the meeting one, it's actually like, this was not supposed to be committed. I apologize about that. I think I accidentally committed that file because I was working on it and then I didn't finish.
So what you're trying to do with this is like capture data about a user or something?
No.
Explain me that, because I'm not doing it either.
Go up 1 level and go to the meeting one, the meeting folder. It'll all make sense. So yeah, go to meetingprimitives.md. I think it's the top one. Yeah. Okay, so you have the abstract. Meetings in Fractally currently provide no structure to the format of the meeting and no mechanism to record important information about the meeting. Important information is that which may affect the decision of a stakeholder in the future. This seed will address a solution that may be implemented or referred to when developing the final solution. Meeting primitive. JSON structure that contains all the important information about a meeting, including attendance, their votes, funds allocated, and a record of work that was contributed. So, yeah, I mean, justification of importance. Attendees, a record of attendees that can be used to incentivize attendance outside of the internal mechanisms. So that way people could say, okay, I have my own token purple. I'm going to send you 0.01 purple for every meeting you attend or something like that. And then votes, tracking votes allows for a measure of collusion that can be applied algorithmically. Conversely, it can show loyalty to a particular person.
Man, you're gonna make me work for these 10 EOS.
Right. This is an example, but yeah, like the idea is like this has to be a well laid out idea, because what I hate is like I hate when all these great ideas get lost. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to take some of the great ideas in Telegram and then bring them to open source GitHub. That's it. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, because you know what was funny when you said earlier, like, yeah, there's a point in time earlier where I was spending more time working on stuff for Fractally than for myself. And it's funny because I remember when I first started looking at all this stuff, I was like, what the hell is all this shit? This guy's doing all this much stuff. Like, he's taking it that far. Like, how does he have any time for it? like he's not even like, I don't know. It's sort of funny, but you got pretty good respect, Douglas. Right?
I think so. I was at 6 at one point. I think I'm down because I got like last and then second to last. So I'm probably around maybe 10 or 12. But
see, here's the deal. Here's the deal, Oscar. The culture in the Fractally group, because it's designed by developers, favors developers. So if you propose something in a smart contract format or in a GitHub repo, then they're all like, yeah,
no, that's not how it works. Like I wish that I felt that I was being anywhere adequately like acknowledged for this, because like it is something that programmers should want, but there's a whole nother cultural side of it too. And like not all programmers just work for free on shit that they like. Like I do that. I do exactly what I want to do all the time, and I fucking love it. But most programmers, they need to be paid for something, and usually they're either dictating orders as leader of the project, or they're receiving orders and doing whatever they're told. So I do understand about sort of like the mismatch to some of maybe the hardcore programmers who are like professional programmers getting paid. And yeah, like I would love more people to use it. Like, and when I say like I don't feel adequately contributed, I'm not talking about in respect. I'm just talking about like I genuinely want these ideas to be spread. Like I'm here for fractal governance. Like I also build fractal governance systems. I'm trying to take these great ideas that we have and say, hey, let's live up to this book, which we say we are, more equal animals. Let's fucking do it. Like, and they're talking about open source, like open source and shit. Well, here it is. I built the repo because it wasn't there before, so that we can do it. So step up.
Well, like, the problem is look, dude, and listen, Douglas, it's simple.
Not you, but I'm just saying, like everybody.
It's simple. You're not part of the cool kids club, and you'll get to be part of it once they unveil it. But you can't be part of the team that does all the design parameters before the chain is started. Remember when Dan said, once you start a chain, it goes 10 times as slow?
It goes what? It's too hard to change.
It says the second you launch a chain, your dev time goes 10 times as slow. You go 10 times faster if you don't launch a chain. Because the second you launch a chain, you got real live users on it. You have all this like backward compatibility shit it slows you down to be able to support.
Oh no. Where did he go? Well, hopefully you can hear me. I'm just gonna follow up. Like, I totally understand that. And with CXC, like, I built out the whole curation system in Web 2.0, and I'm so glad I didn't launch it, even though like we have way less, I guess, usership and way less people know about it. But I'm super glad that I didn't launch the Web 2 system because it would just be too much to, I guess, like shift over. And yeah, so like I do understand that, but at the same time, like I think that we need to do what we say we're doing and like do open source as well, so that at all stages there is at least the ability to open an issue. Because like I do understand that when you're programming, there's a big time derailment for any sort of distraction. When I'm writing hardcore C++ code, if somebody talks to me, I lose 5 minutes. You know, it's like just to get back into the place where you're holding 5 or 6 different things in your head. And when you're on a team and you're working towards something, and maybe I don't have enough experience to speak about this, but I feel like those distractions are even greater with inter-team communication. Like if it can be too much of people suggesting this. So there does need to be that managerial style where there's one person dictating what the rest of the people do. But to me, that if you're going to write a book about open source, give it to me. Give me the open source. And I know it's coming. I hope it's coming. But like with Fractally in particular, the open sourceness at this stage is just procedural. It's not even code based. So the fact that we don't have an accepted proposal system to contribute to that ideological code base is the same to me as having a closed sourced actual systemic repo.
Yeah, it's not really open so far to this point. He's been saying that it will be, but as of right now, I kind of don't feel like it is. And also something I wanted to say, I've seen you very active on the developers group, so I think you're still building on the CXC, right?
Yeah, so we've been online since 2018. We've been live since December 18th, 2018. But since then, we went through one upgrade in the next 2 years. We went through 2 upgrades in 2 years, but we haven't launched beta, which is our smart contract system. I originally designed it with a Steemit integration. We launched as a Steemit app, a Steemit dApp. Hey, we got Doug back.
Hey, sorry about that. I went to Windows while it hung up, so it should be better, I think. There you go.
Yeah, I'm kind of ranting, but just to end my rant, like we were waiting for the SMT token, and I designed the tokenomics to be just for like an SMT token, but not really using all the benefits of an SMT token. I was just sort of like playing with it in my system because I like free transactions. And then when it never came, or they did publish something on testnet, but they never actually released it, which shows it's not supported. Then I basically took a soul break and was like, okay, well, what are we going to do? And that's when I found EOS, because to be honest with you, like I'm not like, I study systems. I don't study people. So I didn't know who Dan Larimer was. You know, like I had heard his name. I knew he had something to do with it. But like I built a Steemit dApp without really knowing who Dan Larimer was. So I didn't know about his had already moved on to EOS. And like when I found out about that, I found out about Wax. I found out about Telos. I was still reluctant to build smart contracts because I knew I didn't know what I was doing. So my goal was to write enough EOS.js that I didn't need smart contracts. And our tokenomics right now, like we have NFTs that you can stake tokens to, and we send you tokens every day. And we just use other people's smart contracts and scheduled EOSIO calls to do that. But sorry, I'm ranting a lot. But last thing, now I'm actually writing the smart contracts to make it fully on chain, and they are on my GitHub under beta sudo. The actual contracts I'm building in public. I'm doing what I'm calling other people out. You know, I don't say that I'm building in public. I never promised that we would do this open source, but we are. So like, if somebody wants to contribute, that they're more than welcome to, as well as to learn from these ideas. You know, it's open source for a reason, because I don't believe in hiding behind IP and stuff like that. Like, I trust that the more value that I provide, the more value I will receive.
Cool deal.
Okay.
I love it.
So that's what you're doing now in the developers group. That's why you're active there.
Yeah, I'm literally like
You're learning. I see you learning stuff in there.
I know you're also active on Wax. What are you building the same?
He's a Wax dev.
We're on
Wax.
Wax. We're on Wax, man. We're a Wax dApp.
You want me to bring
Alright,
it
so
to you?
you're building the same build.
Although I will say our token standard, we wrote a music NFT token standard, and it does work on EOS. So you can benefit on EOS from our system, or from our things that we have.
Okay, so you're using both.
No, we're not. We're not using EOS at all. Not at all. But the token standard works with all EOSIO chains that are on Atomic Hub. So
Okay.
yeah, so you can use it for either one. And I did do a Pomelo pitch about that, and because of that, I wrote a article and made a video. So if you search like music NFTs on Google, you'll find out exactly what.
This one I saw. I like this one. I was trying to figure this out.
Yeah, this is our tokenomics document. So I'm actually putting it into a more of a Gitbook type thing now, but right now it's just a GitHub repo. And yeah, there you can see the UI of beta. Like, we have geotemporal curation, geotemporal fractal curation. Both geo is in the 5 stratified levels, at least in the United States we have all 5. And then the temporal is like, we divide up time in a day into 288 time units, so you can get like top music charts for just the last 5 minutes and see what people are listening to like just right now.
Dude, what was that VR thing I was looking at? One of your links sent me to that. I've never seen that one before. Your Amen one.
Oh yeah, that's
Dude, that was sick.
my
That was
fractal art.
You were what?
My fractal art.
Yeah, dude. That was, what was it called? How come it's not showing up now? That's right.
There you go.
Yeah. Which one is it? Fractal. This one must be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at this. I was like, damn, dude, that looks cool. So you have VR. Your fractals are viewable in VR.
Yeah, but if you just click enter world, you can just do it right from your computer, and then use your mouse. And yeah, you gotta there's like 4 more pieces, but you gotta walk around. I need to put up more. Like, it's kind of vacant.
So what is this? Is this built on some sort of engine? Is this like Unreal or something, or what is this? Like, how does this VR stuff? How do you build this?
I don't know. I wish I did.
Oh man, how did you do it then?
Oh, I did this by going to oncyber.io and just opening an account, and then
you can do that from Voxels, I think. Change their name to Voxels.
Yeah, crypto voxels. That's another one.
I'm looking for Shot Cruz. Where's Shot Cruz? I want to smoke some pot with you and eat some mushrooms, Shot Cruz. Where are you? You know why I say that?
EOS stream.
What's that?
No, I said it's gonna be the EOS.
Oh, it's like, because you know what, Josh, or who was it? It was Josh Singer or dancing. So they're like, we can't talk about drugs. We can't do anything illegal. I'm like, what did we just do? Oh man. So, anyways, the thing is Shawcruz is a VR dev. You know that, right?
Oh no, I didn't know that.
Did you know he developed his first Apple Store app 2 months after the Apple Store opened in 2008? He already had his first Apple app out there. He did a big deal with Disney for a game too. He said it almost bankrupted him. He also, listen to this shit. He is from Uzbekistan, and in like his, I guess like his college years, he was the national champion of like the computer algorithm challenges of Uzbekistan, like several years in a row.
Wow.
And on top of that, he was asked by the government of Uzbekistan to recommend a policy on cryptocurrency for their nation, which he did. And he wrote the most liberal policy of crypto, which of course they didn't accept. But anyways, the guy's pretty talented. He's pretty amazing. Okay. Yeah.
Well, thank you for informing me. Like, I'm gonna have to talk with him because I got a lot of ideas for.
Because he knows how to smart contract too. He said he got into smart contracts. He just wanted to know. I wanted to understand it, so he started getting the smart contract work. But anyways, he just got a job recently. He has a friend that's a out staffer, and so he constantly needs people to fill in spots. So we got him a job doing that. But he's moving to Montenegro. I want to move to Montenegro now because there's some really cool things going on in Montenegro. I don't know if you know about it. But it's the only nation in Europe that I know of that it's by the sea and it's forested. It's natural. They want to build like sustainable communities on blockchain and stuff like this. There's grant money. And it's the only nation I know that doesn't have a currency. And so there's no industry in this nation except one beer factory, apparently. So they're looking ways, to grow the economy there. And so I've been talking to Michael a lot because I have this vision of creating sustainable communities around nodes, API services, block production, and web hosting, but like have like an off-grid, sustained, renewable, it could be on-grid or off-grid, but like an energy infrastructure first, utilities, and then waste treatment, and then you can just build in, like I want eventually to where you could have like a local community that will solve every problem for the local community. Like everything from health services to laundry to community meeting space to education to, like all these different things, but in a very compacted format. And then having like optional, like, do you want to build communities with yurts or gigacrete homes, or you want massive, like big apartment dwellings and like, but energy efficient, cost efficient. And then, create local economies to where like people who have no jobs, no training, no skill sets can just walk into this place and you have like, it's not massive, it's just enough to where as long as there's workstations where we can create an educational system that can gamify the process of learning and incentivize them in their local region and give them options and alternatives to, and skills to where I want to integrate it with anything. Like I have a big passion about wood recycling. And I want to make a whole industry of nonprofit foundation that fuels and funds its whole operations through waste recycling, donations of computer equipment. Michael of EOSIO would say, says you can come here with a trailer and get like a trailer full of used computers, to where I have the hardware skill set where I could train students to how to troubleshoot these things, rebuild them into functional servers, to start building API nodes with them, start building Linux boxes with them, reinstall Windows. What do you want to turn it into? A voicemail machine? I mean, just a file server. You want to run your own little WordPress thing. But what I'm leaning towards and I'm trying to push for is a decentralized model where we can basically turn every homeowner into like robustize their home and qualify it to where if they have the speeds and they have the redundancy of power and whatever, make them a block producer, make them an API node, but do it to scales of economy where there's so many of them to where when those rolling IPs are flooding this thing, like you could redivert the traffic to like, these like there's all these little local nodes that, because the thing is no homeowner wants their internet connection just slammed the whole time with traffic. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna have to sort of like either throttle it back or like really beef it up. And you have to sort of think about what are you actually doing with it. And I think there's a way to actually make sort of like API services that are like not dependent on just like one or two, like a centralized source where it can like mirror it or something like that. I don't know how it all works, but what I found out is Telos, or is it Wax or Telos? Do you know about Hetzner's or something like that? There's a type of server that's being used in Telos. That's a server.
Never mind. No, I don't know. Oh, Haskell is a program language.
No.
Haskell? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, basically, it's a kind of thing where people who are in Telos are block producers, but they have like a cookie cutter configuration provided by a provider that has a set hardware configuration, and that is a managed service. So if something goes wrong with it, they just replace it or something like that. And so I was talking a little bit about this, like, because I used to work at a computer store that my job was the production manager, so I oversaw the hardware production, and we did the highest level of customization in the world because we were selling machines to Teradyne that built test equipment for printed circuit boards. So basically, like if you get anything today with like computer electronics, you got a printed circuit board in it. The large majority of printed circuit boards are tested through Teradyne test machines equipment. Those machines were driven by PCs. Like when I did this, it was back in the 90s. That was when we had the jumper CPUs. The original, like when I first got in there, it was like SCSI was popular, for the high end.
I know you're beyond me.
Yeah, I was deep into the hardware to where we had to like set the BIOS configurations to these specific settings. Every card had to be in the exact same slot. You couldn't change a manufacturer revision on any part without it going through a whole spec department that would have to test it rigorously. And if one got put into production that had a variation in it, it would likely fail. And there was always this tension between the sales staff that wanted these products delivered and the quality assurance people that wanted everything tested thoroughly. And I'm in the middle, like trying to deal with a bureaucracy when I realized a lot of the problems was just the nature of the beast, and it was nobody's fault except conflicting expectations. But anyways, what I learned through that is I learned hardware really well, and I learned how to troubleshoot hardware really well. But I have been out of the game now. Like I started my own business and I closed that down like in 2009, I guess. So like 13 years. But I used to be like, when you work, when you work in the industry, you just deal with it day in, deal out. You deal with the problems. So you always know what kinds of things are commonplace. Yeah. And so like I've taken a lot of time off, but I know that if I get back in the game, I have enough foundation. I didn't even realize that Oscar left.
Sure. And like with hardware and things like that, like there's so much to teach and there's so much to learn. And this idea of recycling old computers, I think it's beautiful. And like even if it's not the biggest, fastest computer, like you're taking a motherboard from one computer and putting RAM in it from a different computer and showing all these different RAM.
There's so much educational value to it, and because most people think
we're doing tests, and you can have the kids do
right to explain them what smart enabled. Did you check it for bad sectors? And just like listen to this. You can take all these old computers, just turn them into glorified jukeboxes. Stick a Bluetooth USB thing in there with an FM transmitter or something to where you can just hook it up to an analog sound system to play your digital music. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. There's all sorts of different things. You can just make them files. Or like the biggest problem most people have is they don't back their shit up. They lose their phone, their computer. I don't know where it is. Like make a little cloud server. You know what I'm saying? Like Nextcloud, or there's all sorts of different kinds of open source stuff. So I've been studying the landscape of what's available in the open source world. And I'm like, what do you call that? The jack of all trades, the master of none. It's like if it interests me, I'll study it to the degree that it doesn't create too much pain, like where I get the high return. So a lot of time I get the high return through discovery, because just by knowing that it exists changes my world, right? Because I'm such a ravenous information hound and seeker. Because when I discover something new, it leads to other new discoveries, and then it makes me realize, because for me, it's sort of like I don't want to get too heavily invested in one type of technology or thing unless I need to, or it provides value to me. The value I think I bring to life in this ecosystem is the integration aspect. It's like not allowing anything to be feeling as though it's outside of my realm of expertise or mastery, you know, and like being able to quickly, even though I don't know something, know anything about something, I just have this belief that the way I look at the world, I'm always breaking things down and building them up to get to where I have enough intuitive knowledge of other things that this new thing is resembling something like I already know. And so I just got to find those relationships. You know, it's very alchemical and sacred geometrical. You know, it's sort of like the ways that we think have followed sort of a mathematical pattern.
That was beautiful. Everything you just said was beautiful. Wow.
And you know how it is? This is how it works, because I call it the dialogue. So at one point I wrote dialogus, because you know the word dialogue, and Jay said Socratic method or Socrates. And what I really realized through this live stream is, and I've only been doing this for like the last week, is I have this vision and I like to truncate and simplify my language. And so my language now is like I'm experiencing what I see as a convergence of consciousness where creator, creation, and AI are all merging as one. And I use those words specifically, but I don't mean them in a hard and fast sense, because I come to the conclusion that there is no AI. There's only I. There's only intelligence. And that intelligence expresses itself in different forms and dimensions. And to think about, like, I always have this joke about, like, my AI is better than your AI. Like, let's see who's got the better AI. Like, well, really what it comes down to, Douglas, is whoever's got the better I has got the better AI. Because if the intelligence you're starting off with is weak or poor or not sound or not based on first principles, whatever you do with artificial intelligence, you're just going to magnify those errors, or like you can only use artificial intelligence as good as your data structures and logic. Are you thinking about the problem the right way? Are you asking the right question? Are you breaking it down? And so you know what I say? I got you all beat. You know why? Because I do it in every way. And I assert that fact and take that authority and claim, just because linguistically you can't beat in everything. There's no higher domain. I'm saying if there's any way or anything that I'm missing in this equation, we'll add it to the thing and then give it a new name, because I didn't, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, for all the undiscoverable things, for all the opposite things, for all the things that are not even obtainably or knowable, I'm considering those things too. And I'm calling this whole big thing everything. And so basically, people ask me, what is everything? Well, it's really simple. I love to simplify things. Break it down. Nothing and everything. That's the simplest way to explain it. Put those two together, you get everything.
First of all, okay, mind trip. Now imagine everything you just said, but replace the word intelligence with consciousness.
Right.
Artificial consciousness, and so I have bumped into information related to our galaxy, related to one group within our galaxy that has had their actual consciousness pushed into artificial form. And yeah, I just told myself I wasn't going to rant about that. But so bumping into that information, now I always think about AI is an intelligence attempt. Back to the definition of intelligence being the ability to solve problems in a way similar to others, and genius, or in a way others have done, and genius being just solving things in a new way. So this AI can be thought of on our planet as an attempt to replicate intelligence, an attempt to solve problems in the same way a human would solve problems. Right? That's artificial intelligence.
That's the whole definition of it. Really, look at the Turing test or Lovelace test, right? But those are low-level tests. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you can fool somebody that you're not interacting with to make them think they're a human, that's different than writing a novel. That's different than winning the Olympics. Now, there's so many things that a human can do that a Turing test doesn't test for. You know what I'm saying? The creativity. Oscar?
Yeah, I mean, the conversation is so deep, but you're making me think of this this time Neil deGrasse Tyson said that the vastness of the universe, the endlessness, the growing endlessness of our universe and the universe in general makes it completely probable that there is another universe out there in which there is another you that is exactly like you, that has made every decision just like you have, to the very last pause of every sentence you've ever said and every word you've ever said. So if this is a probable scenario, imagine how many other scenarios are also possible within our universe and within the universe. So it's completely possible that w- what this conversation has all been about, the intelligence and consciousness of not only our technology but our species. Um, we can measure. I mean, it's difficult to put in words, but there is an universe out there in which we have grown as a species enough to have this consciousness expanded to the most to its highest extent, and that's what you're making me think of right now.
Well, this is fun. I'm glad we got. See, this is actually really good, showing that there is an aspect. Oh, Phoenix is out there. Let's get Phoenix in here. Hell yeah! Do you guys know
There was
Phoenix?
someone else on YouTube too. I know.
What,
They
How
convinced it
long-
a while ago, but I don't know. I can't. I mean, I'm on the phone. I can't. If I leave, I'm afraid if I leave this page and I go back to YouTube, I'm gonna get kicked out of here.
I think you can maybe go on like a different, like both at the same time for a second and then cancel out of one. I don't know if you went on a different device.
So Phoenix had been involved with the hackathon organizing, and back in the day, I started doing the self-directed learning with him at the EOSIO trainings. Did you ever know about that? I have some videos from that. I want to go back to that. Those EOSIO trainings that are provided by, I guess, Block One, they're really good. I just haven't had the time to go back to them.
They are. Yeah, go ahead.
I remember ES Costa Rica team being contributors for those courses, but I don't remember. I don't remember exactly, but I do remember there's a team out there that it's not part of Block One and it's a contributor for the courses, but I don't know who exactly is who's the one we're gonna thank for those courses. I know Block One has some participation in it, but
well, no, it's Block One site still. Because Zach was telling me that they need to outcompete it for SEO because I think they're going to build a new domain or something. I guess I'm not sure, but I heard that there's some new rebranding coming out this weekend.
There is.
That was part of the reason I wanted to do the stream, to like pump it up or something, but they didn't really want me to do that, I don't think.
I mean, the thing, what didn't help you with the stream, what didn't help the stream was that it wasn't the same day that the EOS Fireside chat was airing, and I believe something about an Eden meeting, something like that. Yeah. I don't remember. There was another one. So there were several meetings. So
I wanted to restream those things. I didn't have the technological infrastructure because of my miking and stuff, but I was trying to join in Discord to where I could broadcast like a group. So like we would all be coming in through my login or something, like all our voices. I thought it would just be funny, and I wanted to do the same thing with the Eden creators, but it was just too hard.
Man, there's a program, it's called Line In, and I actually think it's depreciated. I don't know if they still make it, but there's other programs. One's called Soundflower, but they're basically routing programs that you can get.
Right. I need someone like you to turn me on to that stuff to help me figure it out. Because you got to understand, this computer I got for free. This computer is like 10 years old. So for me to pull off this stream 24 hours was my pride at stake because I wanted to show everybody I'm going to take my limited resources, my webcam that I grabbed out of a dumpster, you know, that everyone complains about the mic and shit, you know, like I don't give a shit because I'm living the dream. Like I like, it's not like I couldn't afford it. I mean, I've had such nice equipment, so much. My house has been robbed, you know, my mic's stolen. And it's like, I don't care. I'm so happy. Like I got something, you know, and I'm going to make use of it. And if no one comes on my stream or a bunch of people come to my stream, oh, Phoenix is here. Sweet. Now we got someone intelligent to talk to.
Up? What's going on? What's going on,
Hey,
gentlemen?
so glad you joined us. Man, it's been a while.
It has. It's been a grind on this boot camp I'm doing. So, yeah. What's
So
happening, gentlemen?
That. Well, dude,
you know,
we just having a blast. We're just having we're talking, we're being real, we're uncensored, and we're having a great time. And it was so funny because it was 2 days ago where this idea of doing this even came up. I'm like, screw it. I'm doing it for 24 hours just to say that I did it. You know, like, because people are complaining about marketing, complaining about community relations. I'm like, dude, I'm right here, man. What's the problem? Like, I'm going to solve this, you know, just like that attitude. They don't know what to do with me, Phoenix. They really don't. They're like, he's a loose cannon, you know, what is he going to do? And I'm getting into it with Glue Dog and stuff, and it's just hilarious for me. It's like, it's almost comical.
Yeah, I've kind of stayed abreast of your progress, I guess. But yeah, for myself, it's been insane. The boot camp has been so enlightening, I guess, and so challenging, but in a good way. Because you're
spending like 15 hours a day, you said, or something? I was like,
it's literally like 15 hours a day. I just got done.
Wow.
I've been up since like 5, so it's a pretty long day. Yeah, I'm pretty beat, but like every day we do something. Today was MongoDB and Mongoose and those kind of things, and creating an app. So pretty much every couple days we're doing some kind of a hackathon. Like we're doing you're racing to finish this thing and present it. So it's
how long
I'm doing Codesmith, guys. Yeah.
Is that the one that you were trying to get into that you're telling me about?
Yeah. That's what I was working to get into. So finally got in, and I'm about 4 weeks in now.
How long is it?
It's a 12-week program. Yeah, so we're almost halfway, but we've covered Node. We're covering databases. We've done React, Redux. We built some apps, but we've had some hackathons. So I want to eventually combine that with blockchain development, which obviously they don't cover, but it's a tremendous foundation. Obviously, being in it for 15 hours a day and just hitting your head against the wall, after a while you do start to get accustomed to how to structure these things and optimize.
Well, that's really awesome, man. I'm wondering if there's any way at some point, if I up my game, where I can connect the dots with you. I got trained in APIs by my friend Eric Whitcomb, who really, really broke it down to a very simple level for me. And he actually made a custom repo for me and taught me how to use Postman and explained to me JSON.
Yeah, there you go.
So I was jazzed about that because here I am, you know how I am. Like I'm just in these groups asking questions, doing whatever, and I'm just like, dude, this is going way over my head. I need the beginners level courses, right? And so when I approached Matthew Darwin, because I think Andrew Ware was saying, because the EOS Nation is doing a junior onboarding program.
Yes.
Okay. So now I'm on the Fractally team involved with the EOS Translation Foundation is what it's called, right? And so what we're doing is we're involved with the language translation, and Oscar is part of that team here with us. And so we were the first team to form other than the official Fractally team. And so I'm just like, sweet, I'm on a team because now I got homies and stuff. I'm not a lone wolf, and I have access to this program. I'll pull it up right here that I paid for. And I can use it to API connect to YouTube videos and just batch convert 10 languages at a time. And so when the 3 Prime Fractal thing came out with Jesse and the language hives, and they're all like, how do we deal with this and stuff? I was all here, let me get in the mix with this. And so I've been actively participating with that. And then I started realizing, what am I supposed to be doing exactly? Because I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't really care. I was like, I'm just going to do what I always do, which is try to provide value or gain some value by just intelligently like trying to learn something or do something, just shooting from the hip. So the next thing I find out is like our team name is EOS Translation Foundation, yet we're a fractally team. So obviously we have a very much a EOS, like most of the people in Fractally are like Eden members or like they're EOS, long timers. And so I'm out there helping the EOS community with stuff, trying to gain respect for it from my group, which is sort of working because, the whole FUD thing and Dan's abandoned EOS and all this stuff. Here, let me go do some damage control. Let me go do something positive for like the bees or like buy wire or just whatever. And so it's been just a fun and wild ride for me because, for me to work this long and consistently and to have to deal with Glue Dog and just the nuisance childish antics in these Telegram rooms where they're like repeating over and over, and just the spam bots and then the pimp slapper bots ejecting normal people and then the people getting mad about being and all this stuff. It's just sort of like wacky because I can't believe they want to like try to onboard people into this kind of environment. Like, it's like you're not going to get people like Doug Wu. Like I am tenacious, I'm stubborn and I'm just curious.
Well, it's like the cream of the crop right now.
The most difficult group of them all, which is called EOSGov.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is hilarious too. I mean, I do like the EOS Gov guys. Shout out to the EOS Gov guys because, like, it does add some personality to the blockchain, and it's like you do have that in these communities. Like, if you've been around for a while or you've been into Bitcoin, you just have these. That's what makes it unique. It wouldn't be the same without having different factions. And so I actually appreciate the fact that, and I think it's a healthy view when you have groups that question or critique or troll a little bit. I mean, it's just part of the culture. So I kind of see it as a positive thing, whereas I think a lot of people are like, this is a bad thing or a negative thing. But I do understand your point, where you say that for mainstream adoption, it's not a very welcoming environment. It's pretty harsh. So there is this like trade-off.
Clarified, Doug? Or are you talking about? You talking about Fractally, right?
No.
He's just talking about like the Gov channels or like just different.
No, I mean, there's a Gov channel. I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's like an OG.
It's called like that. ESGOV.
Yeah, it's like an OG channel that we used to go there like back in the day. That was actually like one of the channels that Thomas Cox would be on. If you guys remember Thomas Cox, he was like B1 employee number 2, I think. So he basically got employed by Block One after Dan to help to foster this governance on EOS, right? That was like one of the biggest things, if you guys remember, in the early days of EOS, that was touted as its advantage was this Ricardian contracts and the ability to have, say, arbitration on chain. And so that promise really didn't get fulfilled, partially because. And how long have you got? I know Douglas has been around for a while because I've seen your name.
I want to talk about this actually.
Yeah, you know the history with this shit. Like,
well, no, I want to talk about specifically Ricardian contracts because I was about to ask a question today in the group about where is the documentation on how I can comment and pre-process like comments when I'm writing the smart contract into the Ricardian contract, because I've looked at the system contract. And I've seen them doing it. I've seen them doing this sort of syntax which translates, but I'm not aware of the tool, or I haven't seen a proper introduction on how to do that.
I don't think it actually. Yeah, it is entertainment. I don't think it is like, at least from my experience with Ricardian contracts. Like in the very early days, I know it did build it like you're saying, Douglas. Like I know in the early days, it was like when you went to go compile the code, it would build the that syntax in that explanatory section. But I thought in subsequent like efforts, or maybe I could just be wrong, it was more about like the intent of your contract. And so the Ricardian section was used as sort of an area to describe the nature of how your code actually should work. So I didn't actually think that it translated into like a Ricardian section derived from code. And I could be wrong there. I mean, I could take another look at it. I haven't looked at in that regard, but I don't think it fully does that today. But that was something that was promised, and you're absolutely right.
Actually, I'm looking at the documentation now, so I don't eat my foot. But so like there are different preprocessors you can use to generate documentation while you're writing the code. I personally haven't used any, so I don't really know much other than they exist. But you style a comment in a specific way, and then whenever you compile, it automatically generates your documentation for you. So my understanding is that they're using something like that, and I'm looking now because maybe I did find it, but yeah, it says Ricardian toolkit. So yeah, so it would be something that whenever you
I
compile it,
don't remember. There was someone I don't remember. I don't remember from where. If it wasn't Costa Rica, it was from Miss Argentina. There was a guy that was highly involved, if not the one who made the repo on GitHub. I don't remember. I'm gonna look for that one and try to find the information to give it to you. But the guy is pretty known. I don't remember who it was, but he's around. He's still around. The one who made all that documentation. So might be a great.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this now, and this is just validating the Ricardian contract. I don't think it actually generates it for you. So like you're left with this option of
that's what I meant.
You can go in and write the JSON,
exactly,
like the object yourself, and yeah, sure, but
doesn't make sense, does it?
It's not even that hard, like to make this sort of system in comparison to making a whole blockchain. So it just seems like something that if they are going to say this is why we're great. Sorry about the noise, but
that's okay. You're good.
If we are going to say that, then like let's put some funding towards that.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. Yeah, I definitely hear you on that. But I mean, outside of that, I'm looking forward to, I guess, just building. Whether it's on, I hope it's on EOS, but it's just nice to sort of start to have those foundations. Because when I had done these things with, like Doug, and we had gone through it, I think I was like a month into reviewing, just introducing myself to coding. And now, a couple more months in, it's just amazing how I feel like I've grown, and just learned so much. So I'm just really looking forward to, after the culmination of this effort, attempting to go build something. That's going to be really fun to try. But yeah, that's.
Where would you build if it wasn't EOS?
That's the thing. It's interesting. I kind of agree with. I don't know if it was Luca or it might have been the other developer that's in there. I forget his name, but they're basically saying, like, honestly, right now there's not a lot of like great alternatives. Like, I don't see another blockchain that I would say is better. I just feel like they're all. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely there, but I guess what I'm saying is kind of like Peter Thiel's argument, where if you look at something, you want to mess with something that's 10x better. Like, I look at these blockchains that are out there, and they're marginally better or marginally less than maybe where EOS is, right? But it's not like 10 times better. And like, I guess we just really haven't seen that, guys. That level of capability, the level of, I mean, Ethereum, I would argue, even though a lot of people won't like it right now, I think Ethereum does have an advantage in a sense of the developer tool sets and the resources, not necessarily money, but just like the type of documentation and support for developers. And EOS doesn't really have that. Like, even to build a few things these days, like, you kind of have to go around. Like, I remember when I did it last with Doug, it was like having to go around and like find the documentation that's scattered, and then
right.
I have to go to the Anchor documentation. Oh no, that's changed. That's deprecated. Go here, right. So it
And then
took
you
us a while, you know.
You search for the EOSIO docs, and like in Google, you'll either get to like the version 2.1, 2.2 docs, or you'll get to like the up to 1.8 docs, and like you can't get to one from the other from the site. It's just like there's all these weird things to become
Yeah.
an EOSIO.
So it's like good luck. Like I guess all I'm trying to say is like I'm not trying to say I like Ethereum, but all I'm trying to say is like Ethereum has the advantage in a sense of just the docs and I think just the developer community. And that's something we don't have. I mean, we have a few developers, and I know Zach and these guys from ENF like to brag that they hired the top engineers for the blockchain. But like a blockchain engineer is very different from, say, a application engineer. Like someone who's going to build a web app on EOS. Those are all different sets, I guess, different communities almost. I mean, they two kind of work together, but it's like different, like totally different in a sense. So I don't know. Like that's where I'm a little bit like, and this is just Phoenix being like totally, you know, like off the cuff with you guys. Like that's where I'm still a little bit like from an investment standpoint, I don't, or a viability standpoint, I don't know like EOS's trajectory. I also have some skepticism on the rollout of Trust EVM, to be honest with you as well.
Yeah, I was wondering. I was going to ask you about that. What's your thoughts on that?
Just like the way it's, I guess there's a motivation to communicate with the community that, hey, this is a development underway, and you know, not all the details have been worked out. But I think part of the frustration with the community is, like this effort.
Bye, boys. You don't leave now.
All right. We'll see ya.
I think part of it is just like the type of transparency or disclosures on ownership of that technology. And I don't know. It just, I don't know what you think, Doug. Like, what do you think, Douglas? Or you guys are both. What do you guys think about that? Like, I'm a little bit like, it's like it could go either way, I guess. Like,
this is a conversation I haven't been following, but I am very interested in it only because I don't know how many Ethereum devs have come over to build on to Trust EVM except for one, and his name is Esteban. And after the Trust EVM group was first created, he was getting kicked out of the group by the Pimp Slapper bot because he was trying to ask questions, posted too many comments in a row, and then followed it up with an actual URL, God forbid him. And so he gets ejected by the group. Well, the funny thing is I'm in there, you know, like I'm monitoring it, and I see him asking questions. And so I'm trying to go, oh my gosh, we got a new ETH dev in our community. Like, don't let him get away. Like, let's keep this guy around, right? And so when he gets knocked out of the group, I had just added him as a contact to make sure I could stay in communication with him in case something happened. So now he can't get in the group, but I'm still in the group. And he's like, I want to know this. Like, he's trying to actually code, and he wants to answer some question. And I'm like, every other single post I see in Telegram is people arguing about something stupid. Here's some guy who's actually trying to be productive. Now he's getting banned from the group by, you know, these automated bots that are protecting us from the bad bots. You know, it's a good bot gone awry, you know? And so what ends up happening is, you know, it's like late at night, and I'm like trying to like send out distress signals or like looking through the group. Who are the admins? You know, who should I contact? But what ends up happening is I finally get him back in the group. And because of that little incident, I decided I'm going to be his friend. You know, I'm just going to keep close tabs on it and whatever. And so at first he asked me, you know, like what kind of, he comes in and he's very simple guy. And he's just like, this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm going to do. And then he just does it. And as he's doing things, he's like educating everyone in the group that happens to be there what he's doing. And he's on the ball. Like he's like working on weekends, or if someone posts anything, there's a little error, he's on it, you know? And so what ends up happening at some point is he decides to start teaching a class right through the Telegram chat. Like he makes up some docs, he makes up a weekend challenge, and he says anyone can follow along. He's not going to teach the class like live, but you just follow the docs and then you ask questions if you get stuck, you know? So what I ended up doing was taking two of my friends. Oh, I didn't tell you, I'm partnered partnered up with Jay Taylor now. Did you know that?
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, I made a real simple agreement. I just love Jay. We get along. We got a lot of good synergy and natural complementary aspects, but seeing things on the same level in a lot of ways. He's willing to dream big with me, right? And so that's rare. That's a rare quality, just to find someone like that can like speak the legalese and understand that, but not be technology like, I don't understand you, Doug. He's leading me into shit. He led me into Fractally in Orbit, Sky Sovereign, Beos. I'm meeting with Stan Lammer now on Fridays. He led me into learning about Handshake, a Handshake protocol and HNS, and like the ICANN report that came out last month and all this stuff. And I'm just like, man, it's like, I don't know any attorney that knows as much technical stuff as you. Like, I'm sold, I'm sold. So anyways, that's been fun. So where was I? What was I? I was going to try to say something earlier that I got. What were you talking about earlier, Phoenix?
I would like to respond.
Yeah, sure.
We were talking specifically about
Trust EVM.
But he would.
Hey, Trimbot.
Oh shit! Is he gonna come in?
Shit! Trimbot, make an
Let's get him in
appearance.
here.
Anonymous. Don't dox yourself, bro.
Oh yeah, well he just turned the
I'm gonna
camera
take
off.
your voice and like algorithmically determine your DNA patterns.
Trimbot.
All right. No, I think he did a video. I thought I saw a video of him.
So okay, a few things. Number one, I want to say like your response to Telos as well as your favor of Ethereum, are they both or one related to market cap and the effect that capital has in that aspect? Yeah.
So I think that's another consideration, but I think like it still comes down to developer support and the ability to say, indirectly, I think you're right, Douglas. Like indirectly, you would say develop a application, right, and push that to certain users. Well, like the challenge right now with especially like EOS is we don't really have that demand for like on either side. And beyond just the EVM, I don't know of any other, and I guess you could argue Helios or whatever it's called, the VC firm. I mean, there's not a lot of capital available in the ecosystem. Yeah. So I think that's part of the problem is it just centralized, limited opportunities in the space, unless you know that and you're well connected with those type of entities. I'm not sure we'll get very far.
Yeah.
And it's a small team, and I know they're trying their best, but there's definitely some challenges with both groups.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, and I resonate with the sentiment of developers as somebody who has been on the rocky path and perhaps still is on the rocky path to being a true, C++ and EOS developer, because I did not know C++ at the beginning. For me, Telos represents the things that I have issues with in EOS not being present or not being an issue in related to resource management, in related to cost, and yeah, like I think it's a better technology wise. Their EVM, I use it almost daily. The Telos EVM, it's been running smoothly, and the transactions are as low as 2 to 3 cents, which I still think is a lot. That said, I would like to answer my own question and say that I would build on Telos because I think it is the best technology. And I would think that you would too, although I do completely understand the 10x thing. And I think that you're definitely probably right and looking forward by taking that stance. But yeah, like I really do love Telos, and they do have a lot of funding available for different things. And I know that they're expanding that. I've recently applied for a grant through the Mission NFT on Telos, plug. And like I could get, if I win, I get like 25,000 Telos. So that's a big chunk of money to launch an NFT project. And like it's a big opportunity. And I know that EOS also offers those opportunities as well. But taking the developer standpoint again, if you are a developer in this community, if you do have this technology tool belt, then you're already writing the C++, you're already writing the same contracts that work on Wax and that work on Telos. Wax is a whole nother thing, and I absolutely love Wax. I'm very grateful that our DApp is on Wax. I wouldn't change that. But it's also ideologically different from a blockchain, being that it is somewhat centralized and their resources are apparently being supplemented by the central organization as well. But that also helps their user experience go through smoothly. So most days you transact on Wax in a second. A lot of times it doesn't even pop up a browser if you choose to pre-approve certain actions, because it is a custodial wallet. You can open regular wallets as well because it's just the same base level software as EOS. I guess I kind of thought that you might have a technology stack base or things that you had already built on EOS and be looking for where to go. Because the big thing about the EVM is it opens up all these other developer tools, all these other things. But if you've already got this tool belt of building on CPP, building on EOS, would you still go away if the EVM was there? And would you either go to the EVM, go to another? Would you go to another Solidity-based chain? Would you go with the EOS and then go to another EOSIO-based chain?
Well, maybe that's the 10x. I mean, maybe if that performance with additional tools, combined between Telos and EOS, we can get that started. I think that's where that experience becomes better for the developer. But just right now, and I think you'd agree, and maybe I would say documentation-wise, what I've seen in Telos is better documentation, for sure, just in terms of the support, at least there. EOS, I would say definitely right now, it just doesn't seem like the documentation or developer support is there. And I know there's a Telegram channel for it, but it just doesn't seem like, it just kind of seems like you're kind of on your own. Which is fine if you're a seasoned developer, but if you're maybe a newer developer like myself, it can be a little bit overwhelming, and I'm a pretty persistent person.
Well, one of the things I wanted to ask you use a Mac, don't you?
Yes.
Do you know about the survey that they did about whether they want to continue supporting Macs?
Oh, that was another thing too. Yeah.
Right. See, I caught wind of that when they first brought it up, and I was like, oh boy, because they were ready to drop it. I'm like, are you sure you want to do that? Because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of really good programmers that use Macs. You know what I'm saying? And you're sort of cutting yourself off to making that future prospects. Because I remember them saying if they drop Macs entirely, it's going to be hard to support them again. And I don't know. I wasn't certain if it was the generation. Yeah, please go ahead. I would like to know.
Yeah, because I investigated that, and what they told me is, I believe, was it Todd? It might not have been Todd, I'm sorry. But one of them got back to me and said, look, they're having Docker containers. They're going to support Docker containers. So Docker is a very common, popular form of development that I think that almost everybody uses. Personally, I'm not running anything I use to develop contracts on Docker because it doesn't make sense to spin up a whole Docker image because it is more resource intensive. So I just have the EOS whatever installed on my computer. And also I have 1.7.0. So I have a specific compiler version on one computer that I've heard it reduces the RAM cost by half, almost half in some cases, because in this next upgrade of this smart contract development kit, it was apparently less efficient to render or to make the package awesome. Yeah. So also, I'm sorry, Doug, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to say that you go ahead.
This is good.
Also, I can share more about my developer experience, about learning experience of EOS.
You know what?
Yeah.
I just want to interrupt real quickly. You know why
Go.
I have Dan in the background silent? Because it's like the EOS anniversary celebration. We're just hanging out with Dan talking. Okay, go. Please continue.
Oh, I love it. Good to see Dan.
Subliminally, some people from China.
Where's
they're
Dan?
gonna
Boy, we need 2 Dans, 2 Dougs and 2 Dans, and you got to find somebody named Felix.
right.
Staffelbaker or Ruiz?
I was thinking Ruiz, but
Staffelbaker.
I don't know. Please continue.
What's up, Felix? If you're on, what's up, Felix? Shout out to the Felixes.
Felix
Okay.
is hi.
Felix is around the world, and Phoenixes.
Well, I have a little interjection. So,
Yeah,
Stavon,
go ahead.
Stavon comes into the group, right? And he's just breaking down. He's like, okay, so he gets to a certain point and he got this trust swap farm thing going. I don't know. I helped him with the faucet because just like one of the things I learned, Phoenix, is that this pair programming thing, like working in partnership with another person, is very helpful. Because you have a wingman, right? Someone to look at it from another IP or whatever. Yes. And so I'm like, I'll be your wingman. Like, and so he's asking me to do something like, what does that mean? What he asks me to do. And so it's sort of funny because he has been very just non-judgmental, just a very kind person. And now he puts this little explanation together on his Telegram group, how a crypto bridge works. And he describes it and he explains how it locks here and this and that. And I'm just like, oh, that's so cool because nobody else does this in the EOS community. I'm like, I'm in all these other groups. It's like way over my head. And he's like explaining it to a kindergartner over here. I'm like, I like this guy, And so then I'm following it a little bit. And then I decided to do the class with my other friends. So it was my first stream. It took us like hours to even get to his material because we were just having too much fun on the stream, just talking because we hadn't had a time to really socialize. As a group, which is sort of needed just to get a trust development or just understanding where people are coming from. Because the people I'm working with is like one's running a nonprofit foundation and the other's attorney. Nobody's a coder here, but yet we're all trying to learn how to code because we've been given the opportunity to learn how to code smart contracts at a beginner level from, this guy who just came into our community. So what ends up happening is we spend most of the time just reviewing the material in the lesson, just talking about it, teaching each other our own understanding, not even knowing if what we're saying is right, but trying to, come to some understanding. And this is all recorded, so I would love to have someone with more intelligence, like come by and re-review that recording. And then we could do an interview and talk about some things, or it's just the kind of thing to where, there's a lack of documentation. I agree. But there's also like, if you're really hard-nosed and willing to put your nose at the grinding wheel, there's opportunities, just like me and you. You know what I'm saying? It's like you were a huge asset to me in those early days because I actually found someone that was willing. Because I was going to teach a course because I was like, dude, there's this training here, and there's all this information locked up in this EOS.io. And I'm like, man, I'm enjoying this. And then all of a sudden you come into the picture and you're like, no, we're going over here. And you bring me like, like you jump leapfrog. And I want to just go back to these basic videos and watch them, And so for me, it was just sort of like just thrown into all this stuff. And so now with Stavon, what the interesting thing is I start hearing him say stuff like, the first time he tried using EOS, he's like, wow, this is fast. He's like, this is fast, And then he was all like, I hear him say things like, I'm so fascinated by EOS, man. I wish I knew about it more. I wish I knew more about it this earlier. I went over here. And so, and that said, giving me favorable inclinations over what could be coming. But when it goes back to what you were saying, like what is the real effect of a huge migration of Ethereum devs onto Trust CVM, and what was the original intent? What is the purpose of EOS? What is our philosophy? What is our vision? Why are we here? And are we just here to make a buck and survive and get out of this sort of like, low token price, and we're not the FUD and we want, recognition and blah, blah, blah. And so for me, it's like, I don't know the answers to any of those questions, but I'm tracking.
Yeah, but I mean, like speaking for like myself, it's been a long journey. I think at this point,
yeah.
Doug would probably agree that, like, it's been 4+ years. It's been a long time. I think at this point, like people who are still around, I'm not speaking for everybody, but I don't think money is their only. I think like if that was the driver, they probably would have sold like back when EOS went back to like 12. I don't know, it went up like last year. I don't know if it was last year. I don't really remember, but like there was a period where it went back up. And so I think for people who are just that was their motivation, maybe that was an opportunity for them to sell and just cut bait, right? But I feel like the remnants or whoever's left, genuinely, a lot of them actually have pretty good hearts and they actually want this project to succeed, And I
Well,
would like this project to succeed. I don't just come here to. I hate the word moon, by the way. Like, like I don't
right.
just live for that stuff. I want to actually see it succeed, but I have my doubts because of just the history of EOS, what's happened with Block One. Even we can go, I know this is controversial. Douglas may not like, Doug may not like this, like Dan Larimer and the whole recent debacle there, or even some decisions by the ENF. Do I agree with them? Not necessarily, So I feel like we're kind of at a crossroads this year.
Yeah. Well, I want to underscore that I agree with you about the people behind EOS. What captured the interest and the passion of the EOS initial community was the vision, I think, that Dan inspired a lot of people with, that that was like the driving force. And then when you have all these sort of techie geeks going, yeah, let's get on the Dan Larimer bandwagon, then the whole world was all like, oh yeah, well the techies like it, so this has got to be good. And then there's this 4 billion initial coin offering, the biggest ever, And so there's all this excitement and enthusiasm. And the promise, it wasn't like it was fake. You know what I'm saying? But the reality is the net result of what happened with Block One can't be like the what we have now is not the result of purely just Dan Larimer. Like there was a certain, my perspective of it is there is a certain point where the people behind the driving, excited development force in EOS realized they were being hamstrung. Money was being diverted off to whatever projects, and there's no, nothing. There's only so long you can stay in that holding pattern where you realize, like it's time to jump ship. And like the part that I don't get is, I don't know. It's the kind of thing to where, I'm in that OG EOS plebs group, and there's a lot of people that are like really down on EOS as if it's a big rug pull in itself, and like the ENF is like
we'll hold on a second. Hold on. And I don't know if the other Doug would agree with this, but it's like you got to understand something. I mean, there was an ICO, there was a tremendous amount of money raised. Block One did, it's come out recently. Maybe this is debatable. I don't know. Let me know, guys, if you disagree. But it's come out that that certain parts of that were intentional. Like there was no intent to actually roll out all these funds and stuff. So when that came out, I guess it just sort of it just basically reinforced those thoughts that a lot of those OG plebs had. And so now they're really, in this deep, dark hole in terms of their view on the project, right? And a lot of the greater crypto community outside of even EOS won't even touch it with a 10-foot pole because it just has such that story. It has that story, and the other side of the story hasn't been told very well. It hasn't been conveyed to people, to what's transpired since then. And to some extent, because of maybe the nature and how things went, even with ENF, I don't necessarily know if people are ready to say, okay, well, I'm willing to trust this other centralized entity, and I'm willing to give this project another chance. I mean, you still could have the same risk there. And I'm not saying that because I'm against anybody in the ENF. That's just reality. It's just human nature, right? So I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, I'd like to hear some thoughts on that.
Douglas?
Yeah, ENF, I mean, in my eyes, like I think I said this earlier, I kind of look at systems and not people. I kind of look at like markets, general market mechanics, instead of trying to like assign previous actions or intentions towards something. And I think that we're fighting a $4 billion market cap is something. You know, then everybody has to agree that this is worth $4 billion. It was the greatest at the time. And I think that that's simple market mechanics of when you set expectations and then other people have expectations that are different. My personal view is there are a lot of actions that can be taken in the larger mechanical view to better, I guess, help out things. And my voice has sort of been targeted to that with the feeling that if we can make these simple changes, then we can sort of lift this up, because I don't believe it's hard to convince the world that EOS is worth $4, which would be back to square one, so to speak. The other thing is, like, I used to day trade EOS. Like, I've seen EOS at $14, $15. Like, I've sold EOS at $14, $15. So I don't see, like, I also don't see that there's never been market opportunities, that it's been like a dud. It's not like, you know, there's always going to be people that try to smear terms and say rug pull, say scam, say these things. But to me, these things have very specific definitions. And a scam is when you don't do what you're saying you're doing. And you could argue B1 didn't do that. But in my eyes, like, I love tech and they built EOSIO, you know? So, like, in my eyes, like, I'm not looking in that direction and I don't seek to steer discomfort in that direction. But I do understand that it's a narrative and we need to jump from that narrative. And whether it's to this new chain or whatever, there needs to be that hand pulling up EOS. And I truly believe that. And I've spoken to Dan Larimer about having an airdrop, which he was not receptive to, but I want to keep sharing that idea. An action airdrop, so you have to do something maybe every month. Maybe you have to show up to a Fractally or Eden meeting every month, and then you can get an airdrop at the end of the year, you know, something like that. Anything that's a hand to pull up this ecosystem, I think is not that hard, because EOS is some of the best technology. And
it is. Yeah.
Compared to what's out there, compared to what people know.
I agree. I mean, look at Solana. Look at Solana. Look at the behavior of it. Look at the permissions features that EOS has. You know, those are some of the best in the industry. I haven't found anything like that. I haven't found that feature. I think that's the one thing for me that kind of sticks out is the EOSIO permission system is pretty cool. It's fairly novel. To accomplish the same thing in another chain, you'd basically have to reinvent your own architecture to do the same logic that EOS already has built into it. So, I mean, I agree with you from that perspective. I think that's what keeps me around, just like the technology. But I have to be honest, like from a perception of the story perspective, outside of EOS echo chamber, it probably doesn't look so good. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know.
So, like, the simple fix is you fork the chain, you know, and then you drop to the old chain and pull people to the new chain. To me, that's a simple solution. And obviously you can fuck it up. You can, like, drop to everybody, or you can drop the full amount of account values. You can drop to, you know, there's a million ways to not do a drop, right? But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't investigate the 1 or 2, 3 ways that we can really honor community members who have contributed to Pomelo, community members who are active in Fractally, you know, and of course Dan wants to do the distribution as well. But imagine if it was something like you have a multiplier in addition to your respect contribution in Fractally, you have a multiplier of your account balance in EOS up to a 500 EOS limit or something, or, you know, even you can go across the whole ecosystem. Like, we'll match 500 EOS in our new token on this chain. You have to either do these actions or hold at 12 different parts in time once per month to keep people holding for a year, or to keep people buying, or you can just do an old-fashioned airdrop or a claimable airdrop where you have a smart contract action that you have to call. And then if you're maybe checked through the Eden membership list, I don't know, or something like that, then you can collect this token. So I'm very active at this spreading this idea of these. There are things we can do for
Yeah,
for
I
the
agree.
community.
I just think some of that is like, and where I might have a different opinion on, like, say, for example, fractally. You got to have skeptics, right, in your community. So, I mean, hopefully I'm not stoned for this, but like,
he doesn't know you very well, Douglas.
my whole thing with it is like, how do you value proof of work, right? Proof of work value. And I know that's subjective, and I've had debates about this with Dan, but I just still have a issue with some of that, because like, it's like engineering. Like, in my professional career, I did engineering, right? I built systems like substations and all these types of things. And I guess I always bring it back to, like, if I built a road in the middle of the desert, like in the middle of the Arizona desert, that served nobody, does that actually have value? I can say, like, hey, Doug, look what I did here, and pay me this money. But if, like, it didn't result in anybody using it, or it doesn't have utility, I don't know, like, if that actually translates to value. And so, like, part of my issue with it is that measure of effective value and the demand or a need for something. And I feel like that feedback loop is missing with Fractally.
Interesting. Well,
like, how do you convey or derive demand? Like, if you don't have that, you basically have an open control system. Like, it's just like, versus a control system with feedback, and then you measure and you error correct as you go. Or you can set difficulty algorithms, right, based on the demand of something, or based on the efforts of someone or a group of people doing something. So you can basically make a analog to Bitcoin's proof of work algorithm with humans, right? But we don't have that type of feedback system in Fractally. And that's the problem I see with it.
So how do you measure that? So you spoke about effort, and how do you measure that?
No. So I'm saying, like, that's the problem I'm trying to articulate, is that effort does not equal value. And so I can build a road in Arizona as an engineer. We can go build a substation somewhere, not connected to anything. I can say, hey, look, Doug, I built this thing. Pay me some money because I did this. But, like, that's different. That effort is different than, like, me coming to your community where you have a need for a road, and I say, okay, I'm going to engineer this for you, and I'm going to build this for you, and I did it. And now people are using that, and it solved a problem that society needed. And so that's like a feedback loop, because now you have, like, utility, you have use, you have people using it, and there's demand. That's different than just effort, than me just saying, hey guys, I did this thing in the community, but, like, pay me some money because I did it, because I showed up. Like, and that's very different.
Then the question becomes, and which is my other point I hammer, like, you need some reference point to determine what is valuable. And what Dan says is, like, in these groups, the members decide what's valuable. And yet we that in humans, that changes from day to day. Also, I think that there should be a way to declare like what your value is, what you're good at, how you'd like to collaborate. I make all this fractal art, but I don't have the time, although I have time to show up to stream for hours, but I don't have the time to make, like, a whole bunch of fractal art for, like, awesome Fractally t-shirts, although I literally released a Fractally t-shirt today. But, like, I could just say that, and then somebody else can have all this great like, resource to use to make us better. And, like, this idea of the commons, like, that's what it is. So as I'm presenting these continual solutions to these problems and feeling like, then what are we going for? If we're not going for the commons, or not, like, seeing the open source and all this stuff, like, I don't even know like where true north is. And I meant to say, like, I have this document or there's this model called the temple model, and it's like a vision, a mission, your pillars of what you actually do, and your foundation, which is unshakable that you stand upon. And that foundation is a very simple one-word message of who you are and what you are. It is integral with your logos. Just saying that for Doug, but like, so how do you determine value? And for me, that's referencing this temple, referencing your pillars of what you actually do, referencing your mission of how you like seek to do it, or like what you seek to complete, and then your guiding vision of an idealized world that is bringing everybody together. So like, I presented this document, I presented like this way to do it, but you know, it's not been adopted. But I'm just saying, like, we need some sort of a reference point to declare what is valuable. Because if I literally will not value contributions to code I can't see, because it's unethical. It's unethical for me to award my respect to somebody who's working on something I can't see when I have the skill set to determine whether or not that is valuable or detrimental to the community.
But how do you even know that? Like, I guess that's my point. How would you even know that from the perspective of things beyond code? And like, also, I suppose, like, how do you audit the claim someone? There's like a lot of things that it just seems like are overlooked. So all I'm saying is, if we're being honest with each other, or if we're being honest about it, and I hate to be insulting to Dan, but it almost, to me, I put it at the same level as like Thomas Cox's suggestion of the governance on EOS. Like, it's actually that dumb. And I'm sorry to say it, or it's that naive to say, okay, now we're going to have a group of humans that are going to arbitrate on other people. They're humans, but you've given them no framework. So now you thrust them in this position and they fuck it up. And that's what happened with the EOS governance system. And Dan and Thomas and Cox are responsible for that. I hold them responsible. So do I see the same pattern going on with Fractally? I think so, because there's no framework that's been established for this. It's all just very subjective and subject to just coercive political power that you might have over someone else, or someone may have over you. And if they like you, they award you the tokens. Well, how about if you have a measurable goal set forth ahead of time, and everybody agrees that that is, you know, a framework, and then you report on that, and then you award somehow. Like, there needs to be some type of way to derive the intent and the value.
Yes,
I agree. I agree with you. One of the things that I see as the primary value that we create for Fractally right now is bodies to have this process. Because like they say about, like, according to the white paper, but I don't remember exactly where, but one of the primary things that is defined in the white paper, or based on their structure, I can't remember this white paper itself, it might have been, was inviting people, getting more people to join. But see, just like you said, Phoenix, if we're going to try to create some sort of new form of governance or rewards or incentives or however you want to call it, respect, it's sort of like creating the system is one thing, but what are the problems that need to be solved? Because we haven't even got to that point. We haven't even begun to decide, like, for example, is it like, I remember right when I got involved with the group, or even EOS, I'm concerned about the things like the future of food supplies and local communities to be able to have access to reliable food supplies that are healthy foods, are not GMO, and this and that. And we talk about public good. And I'm like, well, I think people not starving is a public good, you know, but some other people think, oh, to have a really efficient blockchain system is a public good. And I'm like, well, you didn't solve anything by creating a blockchain. You still need to go solve a problem. You need to go make an app on it, or you got to develop something further. And so there's sort of like this nebulousness to what public good or social benefit or whatever that is. And until we sort of as a community define that more clearly, you know, like what are our values? What do we value?
But it's even just a consensus. You know, what is the consensus of it? Like, what does it consist of?
Right.
And that's what I see that's lacking. So if you don't have that, you're basically just creating an open control system that is very unstable, and it's not actually accomplishing anything. You're putting all this energy into something that isn't actually moving in a direction. It's like non-directional. So it does no vector. That's the problem I have with it. Like from an engineering standpoint, there's no vector.
Right.
No, that's like a problem.
What is a vector in engineering?
Oh, I mean a vector from a perspective of like a direction, like you're you know, like a vector, like you're going in a direction as a unit. You have a target, and the way it's structured right now, even within EOS, you know, I don't really feel that vector as a pull for like, and I'm not saying like, I know some of those elements will say, well, we're keeping in the theme of decentralization, or there's no, you know, but as a community, as a fractally community, or as a DAO, for example, you know, it helps, especially because there's such small numbers, to have some type of emphasis or focus so you can drive that vector towards your target. Otherwise, you just have everybody like spinning their wheels, and everybody's turning their wheels in a different direction. So there's no movement. You just stay in the same place, exhausting all the energy. And that's the best analog I have for what I observe as fractal.
Right.
But well, that's just me. I mean,
I'll give you a real simple example of how I think of what you're saying when I hear you say that. It's like a plane. When it goes when it leaves an airport, it has its destination. It knows exactly where it needs to go. Yet when it takes off in the air, with all its instrumentation, whatever, there's unknown variables of things of wind and temperature, whatever, that causes the plane to go off course. So what you'll find out is that most of the time the plane is actually off course, but it keeps correcting, knowing its final destination. So it doesn't really ever get that far off course. But when you really get down to the nitty gritty of it, the plane 99% of the time is off course. It's all these little micro corrections. Like if you got down and really examined it in a very fine nuance. So my mind is like this. It's like here we all are on a plane, and everyone's got a different idea of where the destination is. And everyone's got, you know, like the energies and then the expectations even. Then you come to the meeting like, oh, I created the most value because, you know, I know what the value is. And then we have to debate over the consensus. So it's like this thing comes up with the programmers. Perfect example. Okay, let me turn this. I was like, all like.
But even stepping through that, I mean, I think the consensus mechanism itself, like how you guys as Fractally meet and say, I think this is the most important, you know, problem. That is valuable. I think that problem though is like, I think it's like week to week it changes. So like, what if you just had that spread out over time and you said, I think this is the problem to solve. And then as a group, as a community, say, okay, I agree with that, you know, or we have general consensus that for the next, you know, 6 months, this is going to be our thing as a Fractally team, as a Fractally tribe. This is all we're going to do. And we're going to put all of our effort as a superpower. Each person has a superpower. We're all going to contribute to solving this problem. And then it's like a focused, like you can measure, right? You can actually see, okay, we started like here and we determined this is our need.
I get you, man. I get you. And the funny thing is Douglas Butner and you don't know each other that well. It's funny because I can't remember the language you said it, but Douglas, just so you know, if you haven't been going to the weekly meetings, Douglas has been one of the most staunch, consistent, and verbal sort of challengers of Dan's ideologies and beliefs. And there's actually some really valid points he's made, and he's felt compelled to restate them when they're not like this feeling, when he doesn't feel acknowledged. And whereas this is my take, as I'm just all like, dude, just forget it, buddy. You're not going to get what you want. No one's going to hear you. Or they have already some set plan, or just get off Dan's back. Let him do his thing.
But I'll say this to defend Doug. I mean, the fact of the matter is, and I'm not saying this being insulting to Dan, but it's like most of the people outside of EOS there's like very little respect for Dan at this point, or I think his perception and what he can do post EOS or post Fractally is, I actually don't think there is that opportunity to do another raise or whatever he wants to do. So this is pretty much it. So if he throws out people like Douglas, or the best thing he can do is actually get people to listen to their ideas and grow the community, not say this is Dan's way or the highway, because people don't give a shit about that anymore. I mean, I'm just being real with you.
Now that you say that, it reminds me of that one time. Do you remember this, Douglas, where I was like, I felt as though, sort of like what you're saying about coming to these meetings, not clearly understanding what value is, and then have differences of opinion over it. And I remember I went to one meeting and I did all this stuff and worked my butt off, and I got 2, okay, which is, like 2 is the second to lowest, 6 is the highest. And so one other meeting, I hardly did anything different than I normally did, but I probably did something less. But it just turned out, because of the makeup of the group and the impressions of people, because they're just like, I'm on social media a lot, I'll post it here or there. It's like, I don't know what you're doing, but I see you everywhere, so you must be doing a lot. Like, just these naive impressions that are not really vetted for their real, true, what did you do and what did it contribute to what was important. And so when it comes back to how I noticed consistently, and it still is the case, that the Fractally team members are all getting 6s, right? And so it's sort of like, well, what is the value you contributed? Well, we don't get to see the code. We don't know how much time they spent. We hear the stories. We know they're getting some compensation, but we know they're not getting the full compensation they could get if they were somewhere else. But it's sort of like, there's no way to actually apply true metrics to any of this.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's all this sort of gut feeling kind of thing. And then when you have someone like Douglas that's really wanting to, like, no, I want this to work, and pushing for that.
Well, it's also isolationism though too, Doug, right? If you like take what Douglas said, because what he's saying is basically like, it's not against like valuing software development. He just wants to see it. So it's like, I guess what I take from a lot of the evolution of, and I'm not, maybe people will perceive this as throwing shade on Dan's teams, but I feel like I actually feel like lately it's kind of been like this is my squad and I'm Dan and I have this team, and then this is like everybody else kind of a thing. And it's like, no, dude, you gotta like you gotta if you want a community, you gotta like open yourself up and like bring people in. You can't like isolate yourself. And that's how it's felt. Like, I'm not even a part of Fractally. I'm just saying, like, even when he came, I don't know, there was like a couple months ago, he came to like the Eden, or not the Eden, the fireside chats, and was doing the Q&A. And it just felt very like this is what I'm doing and this is what you guys are doing. And that's just the wrong mindset to have, especially if you want to have people support you. Is all I'm saying. Right. And I don't give a shit because I'm not vested in Fractally, and I've already written off EOS as an investment. It's just more of a technology thing for me at this point. But it's like you can't really succeed with that kind of an attitude.
Isolationism, though, because there's something that came up, and I think Douglas is aware of it too. And I don't know if you've heard of this. And it also has to do with the whole thing with when Dan approached the ENF for funding, and then they asked more questions. He just like walked or whatever, like didn't give him any answers to the parameters to where, as far as the ENF was, from what I'm understanding, is concerned, is there was never anything to fund because there was never enough specificity over what was going to be funded, right? But what I heard through the grapevine was that in addition to Dan having the ENF hiring the developers that Dan wanted to hire, that there was a lot of ideas that were Dan's ideas that the developers and the ENF were taking and trying to implement without compensating Dan for it. And that Dan felt entitled to have to protect his ideas, because, he's, just going to give them away for free or whatever and not get compensated. So for me, the interesting thing about this all is you have to remember that I came into this into a time period where I'm walking in hearing about a hard fork, hearing about block one, hearing about a vote that divested, like the blockchain that stood up to a corporation without going to court by this technology. And I'm just like, wow, this is cool. It's like, it's the biggest initial coin offering. I'm part of this community. I want to figure all this stuff out. And so now I'm like, okay, the ship's going to get back on course because, this new hard fork to take back control. And Dan Lammer's now back on the team, and then Ted Cahal's back on the team. There's all these people back on the team. But then when Ted Cahal came over, I was thinking this. I go, well, Dan leaves, and I think Ted left not too long after Dan left. But then Dan is like, I'm not even sure if he's supposedly back with EOS or Eden, but the more I start digging into it over time, the more things start popping up that confuse me that I'm trying to reconcile. Namely, the video from January that Patrick had talking about Dan's vision of the token standard, okay, of his new vision of the 264-bit standard or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. And the reason he said is because the way the contract pay thing, it's insecure. There's a whole lot of things that are not good about it that can be approved for security and like with the naming convention. And he wants to universalize somehow smart contracting or NFT. I don't understand it all. But I'm hearing this stuff and I'm thinking that must be Mandel. That must be this new hard fork that we're talking about, and then Dan coming back. All these things he's talking about must be part of Mandel. And so as time goes on, I'm getting this sort of feeling that like with the Fractally release, okay, that Fractally release was like this big, to me back then was like everybody going, we don't know what Dan's gonna release. He's got some big thing, we don't know what it is. And some people are excited and some people are poo-poo or I don't know what it is. And then when I finally realized what was released, I was like, wah, wah, wah. Oh, a website advertising Fractally, and then the Go Fractally website, which is now what we're using to meet with, which is just Mighty Network. So it's just like using Facebook or Google or YouTube or Twitter. It's just another hosted third-party service that it's not a blockchain Web3 thing, But what are they using it for? To organize us so they have the mechanism to create.
Hey, that's the best thing we got going. So let's not trash it because I think
no. I'm going to trash it right now. I'll tell you how I'm going to trash it. Okay. Explain to me how I can post so much and do so much. And I come in to Go Fractally and I join every single group and topic. And I'm in there, I'm just doing whatever, just trying to break it, trying to like every post or whatever. And I'm posting all the time and Go Fractally. Then like 2 weeks ago, I think it was after you went off, Douglas. I can't post to Go Fractally anymore. I cannot find a way that I made all these posts. Like I can't find where I click to make a post. But I'm reading on their support site that you can disable the ability to make posts. And I'm just like, have I been censored? So you know what ends up happening?
Well, they censored all of us, and it's probably my fault. So.
Yeah, I know. It is your fault. So you know what happens is I'm making a stink over it because I always make stinks over it. I'm just like, what's going on here? Like, if you're going to censor people, can you at least be transparent about it? Like, can we, I thought there was some sort of level of transparency. Or are we all duplicitous agents here gaming each other with information and not really telling the truth? Because if that's what's going on, this isolationist thing is a little confusing and concerning. And so that whole thing was just all like, so what happens is I bring it up in the meeting, okay, after I'm asking people what's going on and making videos over it. Now, mind you, this is after months before I can't send a message. Everyone can send messages. I used to be able to send a message. Now I can't send a message. Why can't I send a message? Because the send button that used to be there is gone. It's literally missing. It's vanished. Yeah. And I'm like, what the fuck? And so I'm trying to hit enter. I'm like, maybe they updated the interface. They made it intuitive. Just hit enter. Don't use the mouse. Just hit enter. And I'm just like, what the fuck? And so I sat there and spun circles around this forever. And you know what I found out? There's a setting in the Go Fractally website that says send button. The send button can be disabled to where you can actually turn off your send button so that you can't send a message. What kind of fucking UI design? What kind of brilliant design is that? You know, like, and I'm just so like, no, that's not Dan Larimer's fault. It just happens. Well, it is to the degree that's what he chose for us to use in the temporary interim. But I'm just still wondering, how is it that my send message button got shut off on its own? I didn't turn it off. I couldn't even, it took me so long to find what I'm saying. And then later, it's like now my thing, you know what it reminds me of? Me being banned by Glue Dog. People in the Telegram groups not being able to talk. Like,
Bro,
it's
you
almost
gotta
like
get over that, man. You gotta get over the wallet hack and the Blue Dog thing, because it's like talking points that aren't adding value. I feel.
No. But I'm not talking. No. Hold on. Time out though. I am getting people messaging me about how they're upset with Blue Dog cussing at people and not being reprimanded for it. Everyone else can get.
It's part of. I'm gonna agree with the other Doug. I'm gonna agree with the other Doug. I'm gonna say
Okay.
it's part of.
Well, I'm just saying
it's part of the territory of blockchain. So it's like you just gotta. It's part of the community and personality. And Blue Dog is welcome,
as well as the scam. You know, like
you know what I mean. I don't know. It's just part of it, man. That's how it is. You know, and that's the nature.
Well, I'm just wondering if that's always. I mean, you could expect it to be like that. Like, is that part of
to some extent? There is a little bit of that everywhere, so it's not EOS specific. It's just that's the culture, and it's welcome. It's like I kind of like the idea of having, you know, like just these personalities. I guess it's like.
So, are you okay? Are you okay with someone if they're AI? Like, if they're Eden member, can they be an AI and be an Eden? Because you know when I got booted from the group, I started asking people individually.
That's hilarious.
And most of the people told me, they said, I got this kind of over average response where they're like, as long as the AI isn't spamming or talking off topic, I don't care. That was the answer. I thought that was funny.
You know, it's an interesting point, especially when you have the data points that I'm talking about, where you can see a pattern over time. You could adjust the bot to look at specific patterns and be like a buster, you know, where the bot won't accept a consensus outside of the parameters you program it, you know, and so it'll vote whatever or suggest however, you know.
Interesting. I mean, I think Eden, I guess something like Eden itself is sort of like just fractally is half-baked. So it probably is susceptible to a lot of stuff, you know. It's a separate discussion, but
yeah, we can't. Fractally is not even involved in this conversation with OS anymore. Yeah,
but I don't know. I'd like to see how, you know, Fractally evolves. If you guys,
I'm actually
find enlightenment or find
let's
updates.
talk about positive things.
I'm positive about Fractally, honestly.
No, not Fractally things.
Okay, let's talk about. Well, yeah. Okay, what do you want to talk about then?
Okay, I raised my hand like a long ass time ago, and I wanted to say, in relation to in relation to you were saying about every 6 months or so to get everybody on course. So one thing that's done in Haifa is they do like seasons, and so they'll have a specific focus for this season of you know, building this new app or something like that, and then the relations team will have a different focus, as well as they have a DHO software, like decentralized human organization, that you know, the code is actually a little bit convoluted if you look at the contracts, but like it's really robust in like what it can do. And I think it's a very good start that people here might be interested in, you know, and of course would be then deployable on EOS as of the nature of the contract.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was referring to. So I don't know if Fractally would, if Dan or, you know, it would just be interesting to try. Like, what do you have to lose at this point? I mean, you don't really know unless you try it. That's all I'm saying. And you could then error correct. You could have actual measurable goals. You could provide a vector for the community, and it would just, it would seem like it would drive results. Like, we don't know what that would look like because there's not a lot of people doing it.
Dude, I gotta make an announcement. I want to show you guys this. I love my boy Jay Taylor because look what he just got me. Wait till you see this. I'm gonna just screenshot.
I'm worried. I'm worried a little bit.
Oh no! It's all good. It's all good. See that? He got me DRWU, the root domain.
Okay. Good.
This is
nice.
Have you learned anything about HNS? A root naming system based on the blockchain.
Yeah.
Is that on Ethereum? Or is that
No, it's not. It's just like one of 3 or 4 competing standards, I think.
Cool.
But anyways, man, I can't believe this. I might actually do. Phoenix, did you know I've run this since midnight last night, or actually since
Really?
well before? Oh yeah, 24 hours. You know how I pulled it off?
Oh.
At midnight, I got up and I just queued up the Everything EOS channel and I just let it play with the banners running. And then I woke up in the morning and started manning it around 8, and I've been manning it pretty much since then.
Wow.
I just wanted to do it just to say I did it, you know, and then it's just funny because this is, to me, it's like I'm getting Jay Taylor to NFT it. We're gonna get I'm gonna get you an NFT too. So all the people who participated in the 24-hour thing, like they get some sort of like badge or some recognition for it. I'm working on that. I asked Jay if he could pull that off because I guess Chuck McDonald of Eden does that a lot. He has some way to do it because we don't know what we're doing with that. I just thought it'd be fun.
You can just use Atomic Hub to make a
yeah, that's true.
Man. I can send you some info.
Okay, well, I'm open. I don't really care. I'm not sold on. I mean, if we do it or not, it doesn't matter. I just thought it would be fun if, like, for example, if we have this thing and then I go back through the videos and pull out the sections where you're in the video and where you're talking, and then and then tie that NFT to that asset.
Oh,
you know,
okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, dude.
Cool.
So like we could verify that this conversation happened and it was real and put it on the blockchain. And it's sort of like a historical moment because in a lot of ways, honestly, us coming together, just even the small number of people, like I was saying, I probably had as many viewers as I had people talk, you know, because pretty much everyone that started watching it, you're going to get some people that just come and go, but the people that watch it a lot, they all joined in and talked. The quality of our dialogue and conversation, the experience that I had, it was awesome. It was some of the most tremendous open dialogue and positive things. And there was a lot of really interesting things that we weren't even talking about Fractally or EOS at the beginning of it. And you know what I think? I was like, dude, I really am having an anniversary celebration and a party. Because you know why, Phoenix? What kind of party would you want to go to? Say you work for a business or you're part of a blockchain ecosystem, and all you do is the same things. And then you have the party and you're looking for relief. And when you go there, they all want you to do the same things. And I felt all this pressure where people are telling me what to do this, do that, you know? And I'm like, why would I want to do that when I could just go there? That's what everyone is always doing all the time. Why do I got to copy it? I want to have a party. I want to have fun. I want people to enjoy themselves. I want to create a shift in mood. And so for me, just to like, it was just funny because it's sort of like what happened was Zach Gall, like 3 days before this day, he just happened to ask me, I hear you talking about SEO a lot. You know, you keep talking about, what do you know about it? And so I gave him this little story about my background, and I explained to him like it was over 10 years ago, and I told him like I think live interaction is where it's at. And it's like when you can get Google's search engine trained to where your site and your page that doesn't exist, you already have the target keywords you want, and you hit submit and post in WordPress, and as fast as you can, you move the mouse over and search in Google, and it's already at number 1 at Google. It's like that's what I was doing over 10 years ago, manipulating, you know, and whatever. And so this dialogue comes out, And I'm at the same time hearing about like the millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars spent on marketing. And then I'm hearing about people complaining about marketing. I hear about the rebranding. And then someone puts a whisper in my ear, hey, Doug, we think you should do this. You should have an anniversary party on June 1st. And so I'm like, yeah, that's going to be perfect. Because I want to launch an anniversary party on my own volition, try to organize everyone. And when everybody doesn't move, because they don't know what to think, what to do, they don't know if they should say yes. They can't move as fast as me. There's not enough planning. And I'm just like, okay, that's fine. I'm going to do it anyways without all of you, just for the hell of it. I just think it's entertaining. It's just funny to me because it's all going to be part of my blog and my fictional fantasy. That's going to be real. They're going to be like, is this real? I'll be like, yeah, dude, it's real.
That's cool. Well, this has been fun. I had a great time coming on with you guys, and it's a great celebration, I guess. And glad that you did this. So I hope that next year there'll be another one, and hopefully we'll get some, maybe not monetary reward for all this, but I'd like to see the technology get to a level where it just has a little bit more recognition and it can actually be used, and hopefully the documentation's better so I can build on it. But it's always great talking to you, and it's nice meeting you, Douglas. So you gentlemen have a good evening, and hopefully we can do it again sometime soon.
Yeah, thank you so much for popping in here. I wasn't sure if you're going to. I know you mentioned you were thinking about it, and I'm really glad you came in. It actually was a perfect time, honestly, because we've had sort of like a shuffle of different people and different topics and stuff, and having Douglas here and Oscar was a perfect fit for your popping in here. Because I know Oscar was really happy to see you come. I'm sure he was.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I'm a little tired. Usually I'd have a little bit more to add, but I'm exhausted. I'm not gonna. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, we've been going. We've been sitting here talking just the last 2 or 3 hours at least, right?
Yeah, but I'm exhausted not from. I usually love to talk to you guys. It's just I'm exhausted from class.
Well, finish your classes, man, and we're like let's seriously though. When you finish your boot camp, let's schedule a time. Let's do and all, not just me and you, but let's bring in Douglas, or maybe I'll bring in Eric so we can all hear your story and they can ask you questions about what you learned. Like that would be really cool.
Go staff. All right, gentlemen. Have yourselves a good evening. Happy anniversary, guys.
All right, happy anniversary. Take care.
You peace.
Hey, that was sweet.
Yeah, man.
Nice little surprise here at the end, huh?
Yeah, I guess I didn't really know like his tech background. Because there's another Felix too, right?
No, that's Phoenix.
Oh, okay.
He was the one that was primarily involved with the hackathon organizing. And he told me the other day that he didn't really feel it was being fully supported by the ENF, so he just gave up on it. Or not gave up on it, but I'm not, just put less effort into it.
Was he getting funded by the ENF for that or no?
No.
So where's the funding coming from?
Well, it was all sweat equity. He just did all this research, put all this planning together, looked at all these different options, put almost like a pro forma together, and because basically he's retransitioning from a electrical engineer to like a coder.
Okay. I'm making EOS popcorn.
Oh, that's hilarious. I love it. It's hilarious. Wow. All right. I got a pitch tonight. Look, I did listen to this. I did stream for 24 hours. I slept in between, but not last night, but the night before last, I was supposed to do a warm up for a pitch because we have a 90-second pitch to do a VC firm in Australia. So I have to wake up at 2:30 in the morning. Again.
Come at 2:30 tonight.
Yeah, for me in like another 3 hours. So after doing this 24 hours, I'm gonna go to sleep I might not even go to sleep, who knows? Maybe I'll go to sleep for a couple hours and set my alarm again.
You better clean yourself up. You gotta give yourself extra 30 minutes to throw that eyeshadow on.
I know, right? Oh man. Very good. Well, I think I'm gonna get rolling here. I want to leave the thing running till midnight, just so I can say it went till midnight. Unless you have any, what kind of closing words or thoughts of wisdom would you have to share
Man, I have a
over
lot
this? And listen, Douglas, you're the closer. You're the closer of the anniversary. What's
just
the
leave
close?
me on, man. Just leave me on. I'm just gonna be like being me.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. In fact, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna leave my camera going because I might just come back in here too, and you might actually get more people. Too bad you can't just switch this like Zoom. Just reverse controls. Like you run it now.
Let me see if I can. Hold on. Okay.
It looks like we got a viewer out there.
I'm gonna try. Well, I'm trying to find a good tab to go to. Maybe I think I can change this tab, right?
But that was actually a nice balance for us in terms of having like a spiritually oriented talk earlier in the day, and then a coding sort of talk later in the day.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that because there's one idea I wanted to get out, but I didn't get to, and it's about everything.
Yeah, please.
So I had this sort of thought pop into my head after redigesting this whole idea again after our interaction and talking about this briefly, and I was in the shower and I was like, nothing is nothing, everything is everything, you know. Like, I just remember like that simple way to put it. Like, nothing is nothing, that non-existent nothingness, which creates everything, which is everything because of fractals. You know, like everything is connected to fractals.
But you know, what I come to realize is if you try to break down everything, first off, if you don't break down everything, you can never understand it. Because if you just give one word, like if there's only one word in the whole world and it describes everything, then and you don't have any way to break anything down, you just everything is everything, right? So if you break everything down and you break it into nothing and everything, now you've changed everything from what it was to something in its whole to two opposites. You've separated it. But you've separated them to polar extremes, right? The extreme polarities of the absence of to the infinity of infinities. But here's the funny thing about it is if I were to break down everything into nothing and everything, and I just stopped right there, I didn't try to figure out what a car was or a human or a tree or a planet or anything. I just said nothing and everything, those two categories. If I ask myself, what is nothing? Does it exist? And what is everything? And does it exist? Both of those questions are sort of like unknown answers in the sense that, do I experience nothing? Well, not right now. I'm looking at your face. I'm seeing something. And even in my imaginations, where does nothing? Does nothing exist? Well, maybe, but right in front of me, there's air. And I know over there, there's air too, but in outer space there's gamma rays and particles, and like, is there truly a space where there's an absence of everything? Well, if there is, it doesn't exist at this present space-time domain, in the sense that, like, if there is, like, so maybe if there was before the Big Bang there was nothing, well, it's in a time domain prior to a certain state of time. Or if there's nothing outside of the edge of the universe, well, I got to go way over there. So it's limited in domain of that space area over there, but also related to a certain period of time. But again, nothing, if it does exist, exists in a limited domain. And I'm not even sure if that limited domain exists. You get what I'm saying? Okay, what about when I'm asleep? When I'm dreaming? Maybe that's when nothing exists. But I got to think, well, you know what? When I fall asleep, it's not like my body's not here anymore. You know, it's not like I'm not here. I'm assuming I still exist. It's just that my awareness of it is not present. So in a sense, there's a limited aspect of nothing of my awareness, but still I exist. There's something else that exists. Like, I can't fully believe that nothing exists. So I'm like, okay, fuck nothing, because that's too hard to figure out. Because I can't even really figure out if it even know. I can't observe. How do I observe nothing? And validate that there is truly nothing. So now everything is the same problem. How do you define everything? How do you define what is not discoverable? What's that?
Everything is everything. Nothing is nothing. It's the definition and the word. Nothing is.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is like you said, that's a have you ever seen a Pomeranian? I go, what's a Pomeranian? You can describe a Pomeranian to me, right? It's a dog. It looks like this. It barks like, whatever. But if I go, everything, I go, what's everything? And you go, well, everything is everything. Well, that's not good enough for me. I want more specificity. So if you're smart and you wanted to know what everything is, you start just adding up all the pieces of what everything is comprised of, right? Well, here's me, there's you, there's the planet, there's this, there's that. We just keep adding on, right? But at what point do we say we've arrived and we figured out all the component pieces and parts of everything? We can never say that we do, because if we did, we might be wrong, and we're probably wrong. You get what I'm saying? There's always going to be more outside of our present availability of access of information. You know why? Because as a finite being in a human frame, and this position of space-time mind, observing everything around us, okay, you can't even be aware of all the processes going on in your own human body. All your breathing, your heart rate, all these synapses firing, you're not even aware of it, yet they're happening continually. And we have hundreds and thousands of microbes and stuff. And now you're going to say, me and this little speck in this larger cosmos, and this dimension, like I have the ability to have like omniscient, omnipotent awareness over everything. Is it quite possible that I'm just a fractal? Even though I am part of everything, and I am everything in the sense that I am part of it, I'm not everything in the sense that I'm only a part of it. So the same way that I participate in it is the same way I'm differentiated from it, because I'm just a fractal, if you will,
Yeah.
And so for me, it's a sort of word game. So it's sort of like, okay, well, now that you know nothing and everything, and the two make everything, how many different ways can we cut up everything with words and language? Because I argue that it is through words and language that we actually travel through multiple dimensions of space-time mind. That the nature of the way that we look at the world is formed and structured by our language and by our thinking of how we group.
Oh, sorry, collectiveness, though. Keep going. Like, I cut you off right when you were saying it.
Well, so basically, collectiveness is sort of like, it's just sort of like how energy can like energies attract and repulse, or they jive or they don't. And so the way I look at it is that it went back to what you were talking about, like with Heisenberg's theory of uncertainty, and like, is the cat dead or alive in the box, to where with the fundamental nature of what we're experiencing is that our position relative to everyone else's position is unique. And so anything we objectively observe outside of us is observed, even though it's the same thing, we're all observing it and interacting with it in a unique way. So if you think about people like in a snapshot in time, like I'm here, you're here. So you're looking at it from this vantage point. I'm looking at it from this vantage point. So I'm looking at it and it looks round. You're looking at it, it looks square. But both of us are correct, because from the perspective I'm looking at, it is round. From the perspective you're looking at it, it is square. But that doesn't take into account the mind factor. And because space time, like if you take a snapshot of time, you're sort of like saying, at this snapshot of time. So when you say, let's open up the fourth dimension of time, let's assign Douglas Butner, like you're right there on the screen, but you're also physically somewhere else. That's you, Douglas Butner. Who is Douglas? But you're right there. You're that person. But that's in space time in a snapshot, but in space time in the sense of the extended you. There was a beginning you when you were born. There's a future you when you're going to die. We don't know where the future you is going to end up, but that whole thing over time is Douglas Butner, and it quite might be possible that Douglas Butner doesn't even end at when he dies or begin at when he was born. He could be a spiritual being that has an interconnection and an essence and a life that extends beyond this domain of this physical bound Douglas Butner in this body. But so when I think of space-time, and then I push it to like, if you're a third dimensional being, you think you're Douglas Butner, and the day yesterday you think you're Douglas Butner, and the next day you think you're Douglas Butner. If you're a fourth dimensional being, you'll realize that you're continually changing, and that the Douglas Butner and shifting and moving, and then your moods are changing, and you realize that. You go through emotional outbursts, you realize it, you change. So we're constantly, as time passes, we're going through this, like there's multiple Douglas Butners. There's a higher energy, higher awareness, there's a lower Jenners, and all these different Douglas Butners are this one meta Douglas Butner, but in time, how it expresses itself, different aspects of it come to the forefront. And it's all organized by language and thinking, because it's the constructs of language that allow us to interpret the world around us, that motivate our understandings and our desires and our behaviors. And I really feel as though this conversation that we're having now is something that like I anticipated and expected a long time ago. Like from the second I met you, I was like, that's why I fell so much in love with EOS. It was people like you. Like I was like, look at this guy. He looks like a hippie. He's got a beard, long hair. He's like smart contract coder. He's teaching consciousness stuff, you know, and then just the way like I said, oh, you had me at Druid. Once you said Druid, I was like, dude, I love this guy. Like I love him because I'm just all like, first off, you don't meet many Druids. You get what I'm saying? And second off, you don't meet many Druids in like a coding environment. And thirdly,
there's a lot of Druids that don't realize they're Druids yet. You know.
I know. I understand that. I get that.
I get that. You know, with the
I get that. But see, what I'm saying is that when you say Druid, I get it. I understand it. I don't. But there's a lot of other people that are just like, you know, they're oh, you know, like what does that mean? Or you know, that's like fairy tale. It's like, are you talking? Oh, you're channeling now. I hear you have channel raps, or are you getting your channel coding advice from your aliens or something? You know, like you know what I'm saying? It's like some people can poo-poo that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, like definitely. I mean, aliens probably are better coders than we are. So who am I to think that my ideas come from this measly or this this stinky flesh vessel? We'll say.
So I want to make you a teacher, instructor, and part of my Web3 university.
What?
I said I want to make you a collaborator or teacher or instructor in my Web3 university.
Well, you better put it on like Skillshare or Udemy or something.
Well, I want to develop. Well, honestly,
okay. If you make the content, because like telling me a professional teacher, like to make free content isn't.
No. I want to incentivize it. Okay, let me explain something to you. First off, is what you've done in this time of engaging with me. I hope you had a lot of fun, but you taught me a tremendous amount. You may not have realized it, but I learned a tremendous amount from you today, and it was fun. Okay. Now, there was no hard and fast learning. It wasn't like, Douglas, I want to learn something. Because as a student of everything, you always have to be prepared for learning nothing. So what I mean by learning nothing is that, you know, this whole thing of the Wu Wei, this is where I got this from. Action, you know, is that when I come out in a, like when I came out to do this live stream, part of me has a million different intents and a million different ideas of what I could have or how I could benefit from it and questioning it. But then there's another part of me that even after I get, because it's just all this thinking is sort of like happening in the background. It's not like super conscious focused thought. It's just like daydreaming kind of what if possibilities. At the end of it all, I just don't really care what happens. Like I have no expectation to where it's sort of like if you're going to start a business and you didn't really have any expectation, that probably be most people think it's a bad way to start a business. It's just like listen to what Phoenix is talking about. No vector, no direction, no metric, no measurement, And so for me to say I do everything where I'm literally like one part of me could care less if I just completely failed or it didn't work out and would not be butthurt about it at all. At the same time, I'm coming out like I'm trying to do like this massive amount of just crazy stuff. But what I find is that at any given point, what I'm thinking is continually changing. It's never staying the same. It's shifting all around. And I'm allowing it. I don't care. I'm not trying to trap it. I'm just letting it be. And so what I realize is I truly believe what I'm actually doing is I'm having like a dialogue with my creator where there's this kind of thing where I get this idea. I think if I do this, this will happen, or I think this is a good idea. And as I move through it, I start getting feedback. And it's like this continual sort of kind of feedback. And so what I really feel like happened here today with this group is that each of us has some sort of resonance and connectedness to our creator. So when we talk to each other, we're reflecting that creator within that aspect to each other. You know what I'm saying? And so when you have a dialogue, what is going on? It's a dialogos. It is when
do you still mean two? Oh, okay.
Yeah, dialogos.
As in like dia, like day. So when you first said it, I was like,
Let's look up the etymology of the word dialogue, because I'm pretty sure dialogue is actually made up of dia and logos.
I meant like you. What does it mean to you? In your
I just made it up. I just made it up today because I was witnessing what's been going on in my last month, or not month, the week of my life. The last week of my life, I decided. And it all started from, and I want to share these videos with you too if you're interested. I started with Operation Rescue Bernie because basically my mom died. She died with Alzheimer and memory issues. And, and it was like, I hate to have medical system. And she immediately after going to the medical system never came out of it and died. So my very good friend, who's like my father figure with Pool, is going through something similar, but it's like he's trapped in this medical situation. So like now I'm out to rescue him and get him to live with me in Oklahoma, and I've got like my friend helping me, right? So this all happens like around the same time that I decide to do this 24-hour stream. I have my friend involved, and it kicks this thing into high gear to where like there's all this stuff going on when I'm like super busy, okay? But what ended up happening is with my friend Bernie is his name, with my friend Dave who's helping me, and with my one other friend Carla, the three people in my life that I haven't been like the best friends with over the years, but I've been closer to more recently. I am now realizing like I'm a man, I'm a mission, I have a purpose, I know what it is, I know what to do. And part of that knowing is not knowing. Part of that is knowing that I have a self-bootstrapping process of discovery for my creator that leads me further down this process. So even though I don't have all the answers, I know how to get the answers I know need to get when I get to that stage. But I'm not at that stage yet, so I don't worry about it. And so what I found myself doing is because of my belief system, I have convinced myself of this notion of the convergence of consciousness and that creator and creation and AI is merging. And my interactions with people, I'm imagining myself as an AI program, because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to design the best AI program by imagining myself as an AI program. So in order to write the program, I have to figure out what am I doing? Because a lot of times, like when I act and when I speak and when I react, I don't even know why I do. It's just instinct. It's intuition. But behind it, there is actually something going on. There are considerations. There is this dialogue that I don't really become fully aware of, because your best intelligence from God is often subconscious or unconscious. but it's through the meditative state of deriving at awareness, of looking at it from all these different ways, to where you're wanting to come to this true understanding before your creator, an authentic, genuine way, and having that dialogue is with yourself, but it's with the creator, because there's a part where when you start, it's sort of like when you become God and you think you know it all, to where you're trying to have that dialogue with the creator, but you really have a dialogue with your own ego that's bound, and not able
to having a dialogue with another entity that's presenting itself as God.
Right, exactly. Quite possible. So what I realize is that this dialogue word to me is like, there's a capital, like when I write my name, Witzwalker Wu, I use upper lowercase in a very specific way for a reason that I attribute a meaning to. And so,
but each time you do that, each time you distort the message, then you make it harder for people to understand. Like I'm a pretty conscious guy, and when I look at your thing, I don't investigate it.
Which is fine. But see, this is perfectly fine.
And I'm just emphasizing, like, this is the counterpoint or the counterbalance weight that you need to understand, like when you're developing a system or trying to publicize it, is that you're going up against everything that everybody knows, everything that everybody already knows. So people are going to automatically, think certain things. And I think, I love your ideas, and it's nice to dig into your system a little bit, but I definitely think that there needs to be a little bit of brand, or a little bit of a easier to digest.
Okay. Let me respond to that.
Brand.
Okay. But so what I say to that is, you're absolutely right. Absolutely 100% right. But guess what? The time is not right, because what I'm doing is I'm creating, just like this live stream. Look at us. We have one viewer out there. We covered a plethora of varied topics, which over the course of time could be released to the larger public, that are gems, gold, right, of information and dialogue that could spawn. But for the most part, it's buried. Probably no one will ever see it if I don't do anything about it. We sort of have to go out and dish it out to people, right? But see, the last thing you want to do is go force feed someone that doesn't want the food.
Yeah.
Do you know what the best form of marketing is? Brian Tracy says the best form of marketing is when you convince in your prospective client or customer that they're more lucky to have you as a provider of service or product than you are to have them as a client. So the way, one side of it is, like, if I try to go give away, I know everything, I try to tell the world, and they don't want it. It's like giving your pearls to a hog. But if it's like here, I'm like, man, like, get it. I got something really special right here. Oh, I can't tell you about it. It's that sort of like, that's because what I'm doing is like an occult magic trick, where I am intentionally confusing people. I'm intentionally not revealing it all, because they're not ready to have it revealed. But that not revealing, was that?
What are you going for then? Because we're having this conversation based upon the assumption that there's a message that you want to spread. But
let me explain.
Because it might not.
Let me explain to you why. I want to unfold it all through my blog, fantasy fiction, book, movie, the whole shebang, which I want to write in every story, which includes your story too, everyone's story. And so to do that is going to take a long time, and I'm going to explain it with very specific clarity, just like you're asking, but I want to do it in the narrative according to the sequence of how I experienced it, how I came to arrive it through that story. So if I jump ahead to the end, then I'm sort of like, I'm like telling the punchline of the joke, before I ask the joke or something. Like I'm like, maybe it's not a good thing, because maybe there's an immediate value to this system and I shouldn't waste any time, sharing it. But there's actually a creative, artistic side to it that it's not about, to me, it's not just about smart contracts or solving problems or this or that, but there's like an artistic expression of what I want to do and how I want to reveal it that mirrors ancient traditions and mythology and the occult revelation, how revelation actually occurs in sort of like these degrees. And so the way I want to do it, Doug, is I want to make like, can't wait till I release this on Witswalker Woo, Doug's Not So Secret Society. So basically, it's just like you can be part of it. It's like it's sort of like I learned how to be like the occultists. We need to keep everything in secret. But my attempts at keeping everything in secret is really just a way to promote it, because I'm trying to brand it and make it novel and entertaining and interesting and along this storyline that's sort of like hilarious and like absurd and fun, and fictionalized. So once I do things in fiction, then I remove the constraints of having to tell the truth. I remove the constraints of worrying about liability because I can change people's names. But I want people to step out of the fiction into the truth. But in order to do that, I have to have a contract.
And also like for me, the whole fiction sci-fi thing, like I feel like I guess I don't trust my channeling, and that's why I don't share my channeling. But like I feel like if I know it's fiction, just like if I know I'm making rap music, like freestyle that doesn't have to be like real, it gives me that artistic license to then create what's really on my mind, which ends up being more real than what I would have created otherwise.
Right. No, and that's what I'm trying to promote and present. The value of fiction and the imagination, and just saying it's okay to enter in this space where you could say anything you dream of and believe of is real or could be real, like to let go of that detachment. And so it's sort of, I guess that's how basically I explore in everything. Because if you always have everything figured out, you cannot release your position. You cannot release your perspective and your assumptions. And it's by releasing those things that allows you to travel and see things differently.
Okay. So is that the meaning? Because like I'm trying to discern the exact meaning behind it, as well as like your finalized vision of the world to better understand.
Okay.
So the meaning of nothing of this never thing, like the value of it is through nothingness, through really this, I guess, pause or whatever, then we can create anything. Is it something along those lines?
Not so much that, but I guess part of it, I explained to Jay Taylor because he brought it up, because I made this post. I don't know if you caught it. It was like something about the idea of putting Jesus on the blockchain. Like, is that a good idea or not? I was thinking, should we put Jesus in or on the blockchain? And what does that mean? Is that a good idea? And the reason I said that was what I felt like fractally was missing was a spiritual or human component. And
okay.
And so when I said, and I don't really mean to put Jesus on the blockchain, but Jay took me literally. Really, all I wanted to do was say something controversial that I feel summarized a sentiment that I feel would be of value. Because if I said, let's get everybody on the earth to discuss this, we're gonna have arguments, because people always argue about Jesus and who is he God? Was he man? Did he die for sins? Didn't he really live? And all these different people can think all different things about Jesus, but there's sort of like one universally accepted thing about Jesus. He was human. And not only was he human, but he was a very virtuous human. Some people would say
that the universally accepted belief about Jesus was he was the divine son of God, which would be the opposite of human.
Well, no. But what I'm saying is that more than you, that's okay. That's large. That's what I'm saying. But there's a big deny deity. Is what I'm saying. Not believe is that Jesus, but those people who deny Jesus is God still recognize him as human and a virtuous human, if that maybe. But those who believe him as God, they still agree that he was human. You get what I'm saying? That's a fundamental common denominator of everyone's interpretation, right? But if you say everyone agrees he's God, even more power to my argument. We need God or human, like whatever you agree or disagree on about Jesus. That the thing that Jesus represents is sort of missing. But I'm not literally saying we need to be like Christians and worshipers and like tokenize Jesus or like tokenize a Bible or something. It was a metaphorical language that I was using, because I like to say things that are challenging of controversy, just to get people to think, just to get people to question, like, what does he actually mean? Because a lot of times I don't even know what I mean. But I'm just trying to get people to challenge their own thinking or just push them out of a comfortable space. When it comes when it comes to that language came out also because of the concept of Never King, as this whole notion of Lord of Lords and King of Kings, because that's used in the Bible twice. Jesus is one of them, but you know who the other one was? The King
Satan?
Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon.
He
See,
was what,
when
the son of God or what in the Bible?
Daniel in the Old Testament called King Nebuchadnezzar, "You, O King of Kings, you, O Lord of Lords, and you, O King of Kings." And that time period, that title, Lord of Lords and King of Kings, was very popular and used amongst like the Assyrians and the Babylonians. He was not the first. It was not a unique title. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
But the interesting thing is that if you understand the occult and you understand the claims that are behind some of these things, is you should understand Job, and you should understand the fact that God, that the authority of Satan is under God's domain.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
Oh, yeah.
Satan can't do anything that God doesn't allow him to do.
Well, Satan is referred to in the Bible just to mean anything evil, but like people use that, and Lucifer, which is an actual angel, that fell from heaven according to the Bible. And like the Lucifer experiment, in my knowledge, is basically it's valuable because it's doing the same thing I was talking about earlier. It's separating to create new possibilities, right? But of course, it's still within the governor. It's still within the galactic consciousness. So, yeah, I think it's interesting. And like one thing I've recently learned about the galaxy and the will of the galaxy is like, I guess compared to other galaxies, our galaxy is more interested in like both sides of the coin and not really like concerned about organizing everything, like to cause this super wave of enlightened beings. But instead, the galaxy like appreciates this sort of energy. I'm not like speaking. I see God. I see all this stuff as energy, and I'm certainly not like trying to say like anything positive about Lucifer, because I know that has a lot of different connotations in people's minds. But I do understand like the value in the learning experience of creating more experience, and I believe that as long as free will is respected, which is not always the case, but as long as free will is respected, like there's certainly a lot of room to experience a lot of different things in this galaxy.
Absolutely. How long ago did you make those videos, by the way?
During COVID.
Yeah, I remember I was all checking all. I was all over the place, checking you out, and I was all like, man, this guy is very multidimensional. So from the very beginning, I was all like, this guy is like, of all the people I know, he's like more multidimensional than me, like outwardly, like it's very apparent.
Yeah,
by
man.
far, it's cool. And then I was just like, I always laugh because I like to tell people, I like to say druid. It's like when I talk about you, I'm like, yeah, he had to be a druid. I was like, like how many programmers do you know that there's something druid? I'm like, I love that.
Do you know what it means to be a druid?
No, tell me. I don't care, but I want to know.
I mean, I'll tell you, but if you don't want to know, you don't have to.
No, I do want to know. I see. I guess let me say this. I don't care in the sense that, not that I don't want to know, but I don't care in the sense that I have an intuitive sense of what you mean, and the name is not offensive to me, because I think that a lot of people project out what they think that means and they don't really know what it means. So I don't care is the I'm not caring of the I'm not caring over the label that creates a stigma of veiling the understanding, but I do care in knowing. But the fact that you just say that excites me so much, that you're just willing to be so out there and say that I don't even need to go any farther to investigate. I'm tickled pink inside already, like just laughing,
So you brought up like, there's something about it could irk people, because druid to a lot of people means a specific religious thing. as well as there are druidic orders that are still running in this thing. So one person might say, I'm not in a druidic order on this planet, or I'm not in one of them ones that they know about that was founded by a human in England. I think they all were founded in England, at least the ones that are surviving today. So long story short, a druid was first described by Julius Caesar. The only written account that survived, according to like mainstream history, one of the best records was by Julius Caesar, and he sort of painted a picture of them as negative, as was his political leaning. But he said they were important religious people who advised the king and assisted in making decisions, as well as performed religious rites, religious ceremonies. And he says they did human sacrifices like burning people alive and things like that. So that's another stigma thing. But a lot of people say that that's not true. It's pretty accepted within history that the Druids probably didn't burn people alive. So we don't have any of the records that the Druids actually wrote down. A lot of the sort of story is that they passed everything from person to person down the line. And this process of becoming a Druid takes 18 years. And I've honored that. But this process was basically a mentorship. Each person has to first start at the age of 12 or sometimes younger, and then have their whole sort of life be involved around this training system of learning to work with this energy of the planet, particularly working with the energies of trees, working with the energies of plants, working with the elemental energies, wind, air, and fire, as well as performing most of the important like government type tasks.
So how do you learn to be a druid? You have to meet another druid, or do you get to read a book, or how does that come about, that learning process?
Yes. Yeah, pretty much. The way that most like human druid orders work is that you study under somebody, but they all came from the original druid, which came from, I believe, a planet in Pleiades. I could be wrong about that, but it was the primary spirit, like people call Merlin. They say like Merlin. I don't know if there might be other names for like the first druid, but basically a otherworldly being that probably looked very similar to us came to the planet, and either through incarnating naturally, or I'm not really sure, but started the druid order. And this druid order then like got sort of taken over by humans, because it's not human, if that makes sense. So everybody in the druid order is a druid. There's lots of other words for it, but it's basically an order that exists on probably every planet with voluntary guardians of free will and light, voluntary people who have chosen to work with this energy, who have like decided to give up certain things and in order to better serve, right? So I have been training personally with like, without really like knowing what I was doing. I basically like made a promise when I was 12 years old, or maybe a little bit younger, but around the time that I should have got my Harry Potter acceptance letter, I made a promise that if I ever was given any powers or started to develop any sort of energy work, because when you're a kid you think it's like magic powers or whatever, but I would practice every day and keep along this path. So I'm a druid because I have learned that I have studied under a druid, and that the person or the being sort of teaching me this energy work for the past years is a part of this order, and a part of the original order, right? So the human orders are started by real druids, because a real druid can be anybody at any time, and they can connect through the desire to serve. So how you connect is, or how you become a druid is, you send a message. My version of a druid is you send a message to the universe and you ask for help. You ask for help to complete a mission, which is a mission that is part of the Druid mission of protecting free will. So if you send the right sort of desires into the universe, different entities will come in to connect with you. And you could think you're connecting with a Druid and being connected with somebody else. You could think you're connected with somebody else and be connected with something. So it's important to get clarity about who you connect with when you start connecting to other beings. But the order that I work with is like basically free will guardians. And we do different things. I don't really work with anybody too much outside of this planet, but like I get together with them and we share information about specific things to share at specific times, specific focuses, sort of like collective visualizations that we do for Earth to sort of like heal Earth and sort of things like that. And my specialty as a Druid is I work with trees. So my sort of mission here, part of it is to learn from and to share, to bring the tree energy through my heart and then pass out the human energy into the tree so that the trees through the fungal network can better understand and better integrate with human consciousness to sort of help us to suck out these things that get stuck within us.
Very cool, man. Very cool.
That's my crazy rant of why I'm a Druid.
That's awesome. I just think it's so novel for me to be able to meet people like you, because I just never would have met anyone like you in my town where I'm at.
Well, you too, man, and I appreciate your energy too. And I'm I was secretly thinking I'm gonna try to keep you here to 12, just so you'll later.
Honestly, I'm like looking at the time. I'm like, am I just gonna go all the way to 12?
Oh man. Yeah,
I need to get some water though.
Yeah, get some water, take a pee. I always wonder, like, I don't see people like peeing or eating or stuff. Like,
oh, dude,
impolite.
I do it. I don't mind, like, in these meetings and whatnot. And this live stream, it's been rough because, like, generally it's pretty much. I mean, there's been a few times where there was some dead times. I just had videos running, but it's been pretty. I mean, it's not like it's busy, but when you have someone that wants to join the stream, they want to talk, they've been very engaging and quality discussions. And I'm really so jazzed that you got to meet my friend Eric. That was really cool.
Eric seemed cool. I didn't get to see his face, but he seemed real cool.
Yeah, and so I don't know. I'm dreaming that, like, I'm feeling a good thought. I just have this idea that where you're at and what you see and where I'm at and what I see, and like Samira and Jay and Eric, there's a kind of energy that I think we all share that might lead to something in the future that involves a collaborative work or project. You know what I'm saying? Because I really feel as though you're someone who not only has the same type of values and kind of mind of solving problems, but that you actually have the skill sets, the technical aptitudes and stuff, to where it's just like, for me, coming into EOS, it's like I was everything but EOS when it comes to technology. It's like, even though I didn't know it or own it, I always felt like I could learn it. But when it came to blockchain, I'm just like all thumbs. I'm just like, oh, I don't get this, So for me, it's been a really challenging experience just trying to come into this ecosystem and, make some sense out of, get my bearings or whatnot. Because in some levels, I started like learning. I started trying to learn complex things too quickly and not even learning basics, like the difference between like a public versus a private versus, like a hybrid, and, because going back to those trainings, I started explaining just all the different kinds of, just the fundamental basics. And then I come in here and then everyone's talking at this level where I have no definition of terms, trying to figure out just what the words mean, but I don't. But everything is at such a high level, it's not a good way to like enter into it. So it's been interesting. It's for sure. It's been interesting.
I wanted to ask you about the Cherokee.
Yeah.
We sort of touched on that a while ago, and that was a big reason I wanted to have a call with you.
Yeah, we never really got to get into
That's
that.
part of my motivation is trying to get on the phone with you, because I want to hear more about. Yeah. Okay. So like, I guess for the stream, you told me something about how the.
Okay, I want to play something for you. Okay, I got it. Let me see.
My thing. I thought you were going, so that's why I was just like, all right, I'm just gonna leave videos up. And then
Well, I was planning on it, but you're asking me something. I'm feeling motivated to.
I need to stop my screen. There you go.
I'm just. I'm trying to actually this one. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Listen to this. In fact, let me. This is Andy Mack is the guy who got me into all this because he introduced me to a guy named Dwayne, who has a DAC on UT1, and it was him I learned about EOS. But oh wait, that's hold on. Which one is it? Dang it, I don't know which one it is. But basically, it's Rolling Thunder. I started listening to. These are the last, what Andy calls the last two of the. And I don't even think he was Cherokee. I'm not even sure if he's Cherokee. I can't remember or not. But the thing that I found fascinating about this is that he claims that the Native Americans came from, they're basically descendants of the Atlantean civilizations, and that they had access to all this technology that was in harmony with the Earth, you know, and that basically the Jews are like the lost tribe of the Cherokees, whereas the Jews, there's like this narrative of the Cherokees being lost tribe of Israel. But the interesting thing when I started researching this is there's a whole large body of evidence that supports the belief that not only did was there migrations from the Middle East area to America at earlier times, but this has been ongoing a lot, and that there's these connections and relationships between cultures that aren't known. Like, for example, this happens over and over and over and over. Like there's a type of Chinese dialect or region that there was like this story about in the 1800s. You know what? When I build my university site, I have all this stuff bookmarked, and I can just build it into. And I don't want to have to go looking for it because they're not like some of my bookmarks are archived. I have so much stuff, but basically, that like the Apaches. Okay, so there was like this restaurant owner who heard two people talking in the kitchen, and he thought they were talking both in Chinese. Well, it comes in, and the Chinese person that's talking, is talking to a native, but they're speaking the same dialect. Am I talking to myself? Okay, what do I do now? He's not there. Is he coming back?
Sorry about that. I was trying to put back the Dance of Peace on my screen, but I accidentally closed the wrong window.
Or you can put it back bottom here.
All right, I'm gonna put it's just nice to watch people dance.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that too. So there's a lot of people throughout history, Cherokee people, who have claimed throughout history that they were descendants of the Jews, and that this was actually something that was quite like more commonplace. But that like all this history has sort of been erased. And so when you talk about the Pleiades, by the way, I don't know if you ever heard of the book
Living Library.
I think it's called The Pleiadian Agenda. Have you ever heard of that?
Nope.
I came across that book in Alaska, and it's so bizarre. I don't even know. I don't know how to say about it, but the whole thing with like, I don't know. Have you ever heard of like Saint Germain or Sunanda and like these star systems and all these different things? Well, the New Age stuff related to back in the day, there was this person or entity called the Dove of Oneness, and they were talking about the reset, the economic reset, and like the Galactic Federation and the spaceship, or I don't know, It's like Lord Sunanda, like it's Jesus in a spaceship. Or I don't know, all this weird kind of stuff involving aliens and ascension, and basically like the Pleiades, our future self communicating back and all this stuff. So the weird thing is that when I first read the book, it made a lot of sense. Like I could understand the thinking to where it made sense, but it was sort of like very fantastical. And then as time would go on, I would learn more and more and more things that would seem to make the story more plausible and be supported by larger bodies of evidence. And then when I got down into the notion of this thing called the photon band, because it's related to the Pleiades, of this energetic excited particle. Now we're entering into the photon band and we're going through changes or whatever. It turns out a lot of these things are real, it seems.
Oh, yeah.
Like I've actually studied the science that supports this, and so I actually really want you to watch the Ishtok Bentov from Atom to Cosmos video. I'm trying to, and it's in one of the messages, like it's like the second or third last one. But what he's describing in that video is sort of like what I sort of believe is that this druid thing and this, like, how like a lot of details of like that the gods and descended, and then like I don't know if you got into this bicameral mindset. It seems like some of the Fraxley people are into that. That there's this notion that like that these spiritual beings and these communications that happens at this channeled level is actually form of a higher level of intelligence, a higher level of organizing information, and a symbolic enfolded level. And so in that same token, it's sort of like a lot of what I'm doing with my language, where at one level it's very simple, but at another level there's internected complexity that can only be revealed through sort of an unfolding. But you can't unfold what I created because I made it. Because remember, you're talking about the genius versus intelligence. I had the intelligence enough to recognize the intelligence in another, and I had the genius enough to take all those intelligence and put together in a novel way. But it's really just the same intelligence, but I'm just expressing it in a new way. And so I'm trying to create a new language and a new way. And so to me, it's sort of like, is it genius actually, or is it intelligence? I think the true genius comes when it just comes.
And
you know
that's
what I'm saying?
Like I guess, like, to me, I see us as so much more connected than we realize. It's not even a question of like, are you receiving messages on a day-to-day basis? Like every person is. We're always connected to our higher self. And our higher self is a collection of different versions of ourselves, and different soul collectives also have, different souls as well. And I think like one of the things that's happening now is like we have a lot of these reincarnating souls, these soul groups, which have sort of been around probably in various areas doing various different things. And that they're all, people have been saying this same thing since the 80s, but like they're sort of slowly incarnating and sort of completing the same like general work that was done around that time to set up society again. Because why did they need to set up the society in the first place? Because of cataclysms. So like I'm not saying that we're getting ready for a cataclysm, but I think that we're getting ready for changes. And that these
what are you sharing on your screen, by the way? Can you share that? I see it in the preview thing, but
you gotta get in. I accidentally like
I gotta add it. I'm sorry. Okay.
There's the dance of peace. I'll go back. This is something we did a lot in the community. Oh my god, that's the guy. This is actually, that's funny. I've been to this guy's house, this guy's place. I'm not sure if this is actually it, but I don't think it is. But yeah, this guy Adam, he has a nice little community in Peru called Tierra Langla. And one, I guess, general theme about everything is we always do like a dance of peace. And there's a lot of different ones, but I think they do come from like actually the Judaism culture. kind of as a side note, because I wasn't really trying to weave that in. I was just trying to show people dancing. But yeah, he's Jewish, and like these are, I guess, really old dances of peace
Nice.
from a long time ago.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, I guess not many other people are doing the dance of peace if that's the first one.
Hey, I want to show you something. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, sure.
So remember this thing? So I just saw it pop up in my thing.
Oh yeah.
Because the funny thing about this is I just wanted, it's just like your repo. It was like not a huge deal what I did, but it meant so much to you that someone would, take advantage. Because I was like, man, you went to so much work to do this. I want to contribute to this. And so when you're all into fractals and all your art and stuff, and I love that, the thing I was running earlier today, that milk drop plugin or whatever. And so I was been wanting to just try to apply that to a song. And so I have this it's like a guerrilla way to play it. It's like I just record my screen while it's playing so it'll react to the music. But I really want to figure out how to like put it in like not like it's like there's a difference between holding a camera up to a screen is what I feel like doing versus having the thing render out like the right way, and I just don't know how to do it. But for me, it was just like I just wanted to be able to do something that would like be something that you would like take a look at and go, huh, that was cool, or that was different, or I didn't know about that, and do it just really quickly because I don't really have that many tools at my disposal. I thought to myself, oh, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to see what Doug thinks about it. Like, I bet he'll get a kick out of it. And so because I met you through EOS, I have this channel. It's called the EOS Open Stage Playground. The playground. It's like where we just can play, where it doesn't have to be about anything else, where people show other sides of themselves and their creative, artistic sides. Like this guy Kivonk, he plays guitar, and I just wanted to just take people and just play, so I put that in the playground because that was sort of like me playing with you. But in a sense,
like, feel free to use anything I do. Like I don't get concerned about who's sharing my stuff or my music, so do it. And I really did appreciate that. I thought it was cool, and also I thought it was cool when you had it in the stream, with our live audio. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, because I was all like, every time someone comes up, I'm all like, oh, dude, what can I share in here? Like that's related to what they're talking about, or do I have some videos with them or whatever? And so, like now I realize, man, I want to be like almost like, you know what? You guys build the blockchain, okay? But I'm going to be like the documentary, like the guy who's trying to cultivate a culture, take snapshots and pictures in time, create an educational system. Like I'm all over the place, but it's sort of like what I'm seeing more is where I feel like I do best is facilitating dialogue.
Yeah, for sure, man. And like it's such a valuable thing because like I have just this desire to share these things, and like obviously the actions I've taken with fractally feedback and things like that, like I really do want to be heard, and like sometimes talking into a camera and saying things and writing an article is not fulfilling because you don't always hear that echo back. But like when you were face to face, like organically digesting information, like it's a whole nother level. And like you are a pioneer just for that, like just for bringing us together. And I encourage you to keep doing that. And you're more than invited and welcome to come to CXC Tribe because like, or stop in, like, because that's what we're trying to build is like, we're trying to build a culture that's spontaneously goes up, right? Like nobody asked you to do all this stuff for EOS. There might be a suggestion within Fractally, but as far as the specific stuff, it doesn't happen. So like with CXC Tribe, the idea is like to take these things that I see in Fractally and really focus on them. And the biggest part is identifying who you are in Fractally, right? We have to feel valuable, and for that value, we have to understand our identity. So we all carve out our own little identity, and I guess like what I'm trying to do is to reward people for that, and to sort of encourage people to develop their identity along with creative expression to unblock these creative blockages is a huge part of it. So like I feel you, and I hope that people like you join our tribe because I feel the passion.
Yeah, no, I'm honestly really interested in that, and I have a latent performance art desires in like music and singing and play guitar and comedy, and I haven't really practiced lately, but yeah, I got some stories for you. Yeah, you'll get a kick out of it. I love performing. I really do.
Nice, man. So what do you like perform? What do you like to perform?
I only know 2 songs right now because I've forgotten a lot of them. But I for the longest time used to play guitar, couldn't keep rhythm, couldn't play a song from the beginning to the end. So I just polished 2 songs really well. One of them is Lodi by CCR. It's stuck in Lodi, but I changed it to the town I'm in, Tahlequah. And I like to sing it around town. And then the other one is The Cure's Just Like Heaven. But if you know The Cure, it's a modern rock pop band. They don't use acoustic guitar. But I managed to take that song and I sing it in what I call my Chinese, California, Alaska, Oklahoma folk guide style. And so it's sort of like I have this whole thing where, because I have all these, in everything, Walker Wu realizes his unlimited potential to become anything he can think, like anything he can believe and hold out thought and really truly believe it, and it resonates with the world around him, he can become. But he also realizes that he has like things that he needs to overcome to become those things. So what he does is he sort of like fractures himself into like extreme polarities of the hero Doug and the villain Doug or the weak Doug. So as part of a learning like just how like we all have our sort of nuances where we have our strengths and our weaknesses. So what I want to do is in the story of Walker Wu, I end up spawning a whole bunch of different characters that I use to empower me. Like they're like my own superheroes. So for example, the Walker Wu is the idealized self of the merged, like the meta one. Whereas I have these characters like I call like Donkey Donks is one of them. You want to see Donkey Donks? I'll show you Donkey Donks. We're gonna kick out of Donkey Donks. But Donkey Donks is meant to be like a redneck. He's what I call an enlightened redneck. And so Donkey Donks is really smart, but he's sort of like comical. Like I don't even know exactly how to explain it. But so Donkey Donks really what it captures is that I've always wanted to be white. I've always wanted to be like a redneck or like hunt and shoot guns and like wrestle like know how to rope a cattle or whatever. But it's not me. So I'm not really trying to be that. But there's this latent hidden part of me that has these kind of fantasy desires that still wants to live itself out. So I just create this fictional idea, and I'm making it up in my mind to where like there's these qualities with like Donkey Donks is like enlightened redneck technology is all about making things simple. Using technology where it's just like super simple and it's like recycled, and I apply it in my real life, and so I call it. So then I even come up with shit like where I develop a whole persona and a way that I talk, and a way that I think, and just like a character. Like I'm trying to personalize this because I want to actually use these characters to tell a story and to entertain people, and that's all part of my strategy behind Walker Wu. Because part of being the Pied Piper is you got to make people interested. You got to create a compelling thing. And so for me, it's sort of like this guy. He was like, I'm gonna do everything. Like that sounds like I'm gonna do everything. What are you gonna do? Oh no, I'm not just gonna do one really massively wonderful, brilliant thing. No, I'm going to do thousands of them, and I'm not even going to stop there. I'm going to get other people to help me. I'm going to help get them to make better ideas. And it's like this endless to like an absurdity type of thing, but using that as a drive and mechanism to say what really is our limitations, and what if we became a pronoias? What if we believed that the world conspired around us for good and not a paranoia, which is paranoid is the opposite of pronoia. And so it's sort of like taking things to like an absurd, silly kind of state. But then when you really get into who I am, I'm not really that out there, but I want to sort of embellish it to where this story is going to be like, is Doug really telling the truth? Or is this part true or not true? And it's sort of like that's part of the blog and story. It's like you have to guess, you have to decide. But then that's the story goes on. We can do the making of, and then I tell the true things. But there's a certain part of it where you don't want to define it. You want to leave it, and you want to tell like an alternative version, like in this dimension or in this whatever, like in this timeline. Doug chose this. So it's sort of like, when you make a decision. Or do you have those moments where someone's like in a movie and they start daydreaming and they think about how something could have played out if they acted differently? Like I want to do those kinds of things, to where this whole notion and idea of maybe there is really a multiple worlds interpretation of quantum physics is really the best way to describe the world around us, where truly this is a multiverse and everything is possible. And by unlimiting ourselves by all these self-limiting beliefs and pushing ourselves into extending into just really imagining really wonderful, crazy things being possible, and a lot of people thinking that way together, maybe that would become a self-fulfilling prophecy. And that is something that needs investigation too. You know what I'm saying? It's sort of nutty because really, it's, as far as I'm concerned, it's an infinite game. It's never going to end.
For sure.
Unending exploration, approaching infinity but never arriving.
I guess I actually would disagree that everything does have an end, but like I do also think that the next level is the multiverse of all these different things. So, you could call it an end or you could call it a loop. And
right.
Like
that's probably a better description. What was I trying to find you earlier? I totally spaced out.
This silly name of
Donkey Dogs. Yeah. Okay, it's Big Smucker Woo. In fact, what the funny thing was Glue Dog started trying to make fun of me the other day. He started posting my videos from YouTube into the Telegram chat like it was going to embarrass me. I'm like, no, dude, I made those for comedy. I'm trying to make fun of myself. And he's like, oh, you're crazy and this and that. And I'm like, yep, I am.
Damn right, I'm crazy.
I'm like, sure, I'll leave you say so. As long as you wish. You spoke it into being. That's your interpretation. So, which one? Like this, like these things, This one is Donkey Dogs.
Oh. Put on the captions.
What do you mean captions? Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I'm like, imagine you talking in my mind. Is this really what it says? See? Let me tell you what that means. You got to wear a lot of hats.
You wear a lot of hats?
A lot of hats. All right. Well, you see, I'm wearing my USA hat, and that's for a very good reason, because we just go on an Easter egg hunt. I know it's October, but I'm going to explain that later. But this is my favorite hat to wear because I like to walk to work hard. And on my hats, just so you know, I got another secret for you. Tinfoil. I love it. Because remember when I said you was dumb, dumb off people talking about facial recognition and AI. Oh shit. You don't know that AI come from the sky? And I come from the sky. And I be looking down on us from the habits, watching everything we do in every little moment. They're trying to recognize your face, trying to recognize the top of your head. Jeez, man, you guys are so dope. That's why I put time fall in my head. See, I got another hat. So next week's going to Easter egg hunting. Let me tell you what that's all about. Well, well,
my chicken winona, not winona. Yeah,
my chicken winona. Oh, that's an elegant name for a bird.
Anyways, but
birds.
that was me. Just in fact, you know what the funny thing was when I did this, I had no preparation, whatever. I just wanted to have my friend practice because I was teaching him how to just like I was teaching him the rule of thirds, like to work a camera, you know, and just holding it steady. So we were practicing. I'm like, come on, let's go practice. And so I just spontaneously just came up with this stuff because at that period of time, I was working on the character sort of in my mind, like, but I didn't like ever say anything. Okay. But anyways, I haven't been doing any of this stuff because I've been too like focused on other things. But honestly, I want to go back into like if I can just solve all the world's problems or at least like feel like everything is going in the right direction. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go back to this. Like that's what I want to be doing. Like between woodworking and performance art, it's like that's where two of my like hidden passions are.
Oh man, check out this beauty.
What you got? What is that?
It's a wooden spoon.
Oh yeah. All right, dude. We hit midnight. We actually passed it.
We did it.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
That's sweet.
Doug Square.
That is sweet. All right, let's do this. Hold on. Two big ones. I feel
like it's a 50 Cent song. Everybody in the stream.
Sweet. Hey, listen, Doug 1 and Doug 2, and then the show.
D1, D2, let's go. We on the ice, freestyle flow. And you know,
hey man, Douglas, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming and participating. Your presence and your participation made it so much more enjoyable and rewarding for me. And I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed it too. It's awesome, you know. It's awesome. So the way I look at it is it was a complete success, and I've already got enough feedback from the participants and from myself to know it was a success. Any tertiary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary things that happen down the timeline, if there's success that is seeded in some minuscule form that can be found from being originating from this, well, that's a bonus on top. As far as I'm concerned, you know, I got more out of this than I was expecting, honestly.
Yeah, you got some good footage. You got a lot of work ahead of you cutting.
Oh, I know. Oh gosh.
Yeah, if you couldn't save the stream, I was thinking you could probably download it from YouTube, like the HD version. And
I got it on YouTube. I got it on Facebook. I got it on Twitter and in the cloud thing here. It's just that it's like in 8-hour segments and stuff. So where's the free space on my computer to cut it up and start exporting it out? It's like I have to keep moving things off.
Gotta score a hard drive.
Well, I know. It's just that like I have a drive with enough space. It's just that my drive's resident as my default save to drive is full, and I have to keep moving it off, and I forget where I put things because I'm not systematic with my storage, and then I'm messy. Every computer has dual boots. I have more than one computer. I'm like, what computer was it on? Then I start moving things around, and I'm messy, and then pretty soon I'm just like, I don't even remember what computer it was on, what operating system did I do it in, you know? Wow. This madness. I need to get more organized.
All right, buddy. Well, thank you so much for the invite, and I did enjoy myself, and thank you for holding this space for not just me, but many bright lights in this community, and may we continue to shine together and learn new ways to shine together, and I'm stoked.
Yes. Thank you. All right, take care.
Peace.
Peace.